And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that happens around about this time happening exactly at this time. So if you are available, avail yourself. Or let me just actually stop there for a moment. Let me just say this for the benefit of people who come on the screen to come and interact with the sessions. I'm going to be somewhat insisting that most of you have your camera switched on. Because what the feedback that I've been getting is that people want you to be able to stand by your words. So if you are wanting to come on screen, then I want you to have your camera to the ready and switch it on just as soon as you are on the screen so that the people can identify your words with your person. So this is something that we want to be now pushing hard for. You know, so one man went to Mo, the eagle has landed. And here it is.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight. And they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Yabika Kokwanam Noao. Hey, Anamakele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight. And they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumegojuku another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno wow. Hey, ana mekele mazuche mefo.
So there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the eastern part of Nigeria. So this is a story that that broke just as we were doing the earlier session, and it's going to be, I suspect, the central focus of this session. It needs no introduction. A lot of you, if not all of you, and I suspect all of you, you are aware of what happened in Owo, in one of the restive traditional towns within Ondo State. So you need no introduction. 28 taken down, dozen wounded as headsmen opened fire inside Catholic Church in Ondo. So, I mean, you all know the story. You've heard it plentifully. And unfortunately, for some of you, you may well have seen the videos as well. So that's essentially what a lot of what we'll be talking about today. 28, and by the way, before we get into the session, this is a highly emotive topic that we're about to take on. So I'm asking everybody that comes on the screen to be both mindful of the language and the emotions. So be mindful of the language because you don't want to trigger YouTube, and more importantly, you don't want to upset people. And be mindful of your emotions too, because you will hold certain opinions which might not be widely shared, but you have to allow for that diversity of opinion. So be mindful of the language and be mindful of the emotions. A highly emotive topic, though. Our Catholic Church attack, eternal sorrow awaits perpetrators. So this is Buhari speaking quickly to that space, but a lot of people will say that he's the enabler of that space. Whether he looks on it with regret or not, certainly what has facilitated this is no distant from policies and positions that he has adopted throughout the entirety up to date of his administration, giving water bills to say that his clansmen own the waterways up to 10-mile radius of the shores or of any waterway in Nigeria, and all of those things, you know, grabbing people's lands to say they are grazing rights of these people. So this emboldens, and all of the lack of reaction and tepid reaction and somewhat even attacks against the victims of similar incidents throughout the span of the Nigerian space. This is what opened up what's happened in our war. So whether he's speaking with sincerity, which a lot of people would doubt in this instance or not, there is no gainsaying that is somewhat, if not wholly, the enabler of what's just happened now. Pardon me. Let me just let me mute myself for a moment. All right. Sorry about that. I was just shouting for my phone. So as I was saying, Buhari not you cannot exonerate him whether you are querying the sincerity or not of his words in this particular instance. But a lot of maturity around this topic is what I'm inviting from the panelists, because this is really a charged atmosphere. I suspect emotions running high. Emotions running high are only fiends from the nether regions could have conceived and carried out such a dastardly act. President Buhari reacts to attack on Ondo Catholic Church, where many were taken down. So you notice that I'm using taken down to recalibrate words that you know what they are, but I don't want to be using. So the language very important in this instance. Only fiends from the nether region. So this is Femi Adesina speaking, by the way, because this is Femi Adesina's English, not Buhari's English. So this is how he speaks. Only fiends from the nether regions, that's Buhari would never even understand what that means. Only fiends from the nether region could have conceived and carried out such a dastardly act. President Buhari reacts to attack on Ondo Catholic Church, where many were taken down. So there it is right there. The reactions continue to come. Attack, Ondo Church attack. News Agency of Nigeria sends message to Buhari, Akeredolu. So quite how Akeredolu, more importantly, will handle this, because we all know what Buhari will do. The totality of his response is just this media press release, and by tomorrow he's back on the plane to go and be to go and be warehousing money all over the world. He's back on the plane with another several suitcases filled with dollars. So this is the end of his response to what's happened. It's a very bad thing that has happened. They must not do it again. And that is where it ends. So because I'm saying that only because that is where it always ends. In all of the totality of all of these things that we have seen, that we have been seeing since 2015 till date, name one instance that justice has ever been brought to these people. So this is the thing. Governors mourn victims of attack on Ondo Catholic Church. So it looks as though there might well be a collective response from the political space. So stepping away from Ondo for a moment, Buhari never said APC presidential ticket should go to the south. Garba Shehu, I think this is what our rational mind was somewhat cautioning to when he was saying that he will pause his judgment until events actually take place. Buhari never said APC presidential ticket should go to the south. Garba Shehu, which makes it categorical. And outside of Ondo State again, this last talking point, Northern APC governors have ruined Atiku's chances, says Voice of Nigeria DG Okechukwu. So I think we somewhat know where he's going with that, but we'll wait first to pause to hear what he has to say from the readout. Northern APC governors have ruined Atiku's chances, says Voice of Nigeria DG Okechukwu. So what Chuks is saying and what's led him to that thought are all of it. Pardon me. I'm just reading Alexander Gomez's super chat. So all of it in play. And also to the people on the panel, I want to be asking people to have their cameras turned on. I'm not going to insist on it today, but I will request it for today. But going forward, with the exception of Ajanle Koko, I'll be having the expectations that people are having their cameras turned on, because you have to be able to stand by your words. And I'm making the exception from Ajanle Koko because it's not opportune to have his camera turned up in instances, and it's a stalwart of the platform as well. So with the exception of Ajanle Koko, going forward, in today certainly, but going forward, I'll be requesting that people have their cameras turned on. So stand by your words. If you are not already subscribed, then please subscribe. If you are not already if you have not already clicked on the like button, then please click on the like button. You can see how the platform is propelling as just an aggressive pace. So we want to maintain that grace, grace. Yes, grace is still. So we want to maintain that grace by virtue of the like. So click on the like button, certainly, and make sure you're subscribed as well, because as we're going forward, the comment section might well be restricted to subscribers only. So the subscribe button is not to join as a formal member. That's a different button. It's just the red button. There's not a cost to it. So it's just a click of a button and that's it. You are not being asked to get your wallet out or anything. So that's the direction we're going today. Let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which he uses to open the platform, which he uses rather to open the session. Before I play you the second intro music, and then we dive straight into it. So this is what Alexander Gomez wants to highlight to the space. So Alexander says, one man, it appears this might be a coordinated attack on churches by the bandits. Government tried to attack a reverend father in Benue State to no avail. So yes, it's a coordinated attack, but somewhat a daily occurrence as well. So it's somewhat a war situation. We cannot really equivocate or try to look away and try to rationalize a situation that's so glaring. It is so glaring that we cannot continue to try to use civilized languages to try and redefine an uncivilized situation. It is glaring and obvious what is going on. And this situation, I think we are actually too late to the acknowledgement that this guy have somewhat declared on us. So this is a declaration on our space, and I'm talking about the whole southern space. So this is in Yoruba land, 2 incidents in Igbo land just the last couple of days, both in Abia State, curiously enough. So this is the entirety of the South. So let's not ethnicize it somewhat. We're in a situation. One man, it appears this might be a coordinated attack on churches by these men. Gunmen tried to attack a reverend father in Benue State to no avail. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Invitations to make sure that you have clicked on the like button and you are subscribed. Serious matters to be discussed in this particular session. So I'm expecting a really mature conversation, not the silly nonsense and the rowdiness. Please, this is a serious situation, and this is a sober time, a sober moment in the space of the South. So I'll have that at the back of the as a backdrop as the session continues to move forward. So we go to the care guides, but just before we get too serious, let's have a little bit of a drink poo with the care guides. Your calabash to the ready.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. 28 taken down, dozens wounded as herdsmen open fire inside Catholic Church in Ondo State. Herdsmen on Sunday breached security at a parish in Owo, Ondo, leaving at least 28 taken down. Correspondents are heard. The attackers entered St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church as service got underway on Sunday morning at the main community parish, and officials said firing live rounds on congregants before detonating explosives already planted in the church. The attackers were identified by locals as being members of the ethnic Fulani stock, and a lawmaker said the tragic incident was orchestrated to send a message to Rotimi Akeredolu. Fulani herdsmen entered our community and started shooting. They took down about 28 people and dozens were severely injured. Olayomi Adeyemi, a member of Ondo House of Assembly representing the constituency, told correspondents. The church is near the palace of the traditional ruler of Owo. Correspondents understand. And emergency officials were swiftly mobilized to the area. We have dozens of injured people at Federal Medical Center Owo. and I am on my way there now to see the victims, Adeyemi said, adding that he had just left the church premises. Video of the attack shared online showed bodies believed to be church members in a stream of blood. The attack was immediately seen as a message to Mr. Akeredolu, a son of Owo, whose policies have been deemed highly restrictive of herdsmen activities around Ondo. We have enjoyed improved security since herdsmen were driven away from our forest by this administration, Mr. Adeyemi said. This is a reprisal attack to send a diabolical message to the governor. A spokesman for the governor did not immediately return a request seeking comments. The police and other security forces have arrived at the scene and intensified security around the church and the community. Correspondents understand. So there it is right there. The police, of course, after the event, as always the case within the Nigerian space. So what exactly are they going to do there now? To secure the bricks and mortars, our Catholic Church attack, eternal sorrow awaits perpetrators. Malam Buhari. President Buhari has expressed shock and sadness over the heinous killing of worshippers on Sunday at the St. President Buhari has expressed shock and sadness over the heinous killing of worshippers on Sunday at the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo Street, Owo Kingdom in Ondo State. President Buhari, in his condemnation of the dastardly act, said that eternal sorrow awaits those behind killing both here on earth and the hereafter. The president's expression of grief was contained in a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Chief Femi Adesina. So I knew it was Femi Adesina because that's his language, that's his English. But now he's a chief, apparently. So he's even using this situation, this incident, to introduce himself as a chief. President Buhari, in the statement, said, only fiends from the Niger region could have conceived and carried out such dastardly act, adding that eternal sorrow awaits them both on earth and ultimately in the hereafter. He mourned the dead, consoled with their families, the Catholic Church, and the government of Ondo State, charging emergency services to swing into action and bring succor to the wounded. So there it is. Unbelievable. The statement quoted him as saying, no matter what, this country shall never give in to evil and wicked people, and darkness will never overcome light. Nigeria will eventually win. Certainly not under your stewardship, Mr. Fulani, sir. Only things from the Niger. So I think this might well be repetitive of what we just read. Right. Let's just see if this adds anything onto. Only fiends from the Niger region could have conceived and carried out such a dastardly act. Buhari reacts to attack on Ondo Catholic Church, where many were taken down. President Mohamed Buhari has condemned the attack on St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, Ondo State, where many people were taken down. Correspondents reported earlier that gunmen detonated explosives before firing at the congregants. In a statement released on Sunday, June the 5th, by his spokesman Femi Adesina, Buhari said only fiends from the Niger region could have conceived and carried out such a dastardly act. He also condoled. So essentially, so this is his statement. President Mohamed Buhari has condemned the heinous killings of the worshippers on Sunday at the St. Francis Catholic Church or Owo Street, Owo Kingdom in Ondo State. The president says only fiends from the Niger region could have conceived and carried out such a dastardly act, adding that eternal sorrow awaits them both on earth here and ultimately in the hereafter. So essentially what we've just read. So let me not repeat that because we've already just read it. So on to this again, but still with the same topic. Ondo Church attack. News Agency of Nigeria sent message to Buhari, Akeredolu. Oh, not News Agency of Nigeria, actually, NANS. So that's a different organization. The leadership of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned in totality the attack and heinous killing of many worshippers at St. Francis Catholic Church in Owaluwa Street, Owo Town, Owo local government area of Ondo State. The students' body, in its reaction, charged the President Mohamed Buhari-led federal government and the Ondo State government under the watch of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu to nip in the bud the rising insecurity in our town and to ensure that the perpetrators of the massacre are brought to the book. The Executive Director, Campus Intervention, NANS National Secretariat, Comrade Oladimeji Uthman, in a statement made available to correspondents, condemned how some gunmen on Sunday invaded the church during a Pentecost Sunday Mass and shot many dead. It is so sad to say that whilst the Holy Mass was going on, some unknown gunmen attacked and opened fire on members of the church, leaving many feared dead and scores other injured. This is sad. It is inhumane, sardonic, satanic, and pathetic, Uthman said. He expressed worry that our local government area houses one of the state-owned tertiary institutions, Rauf Giwa Polytechnic Owo, asking security agencies to ensure that their assailants do not go scot-free. It is sad and inhumane waking to such heart-wrenching news as this. It is sad and inhumane waking up to such heart-wrenching news as this is an unexpected development. The perpetrators of our massacre must not go unpunished. The leadership of the student body condemn in totality this satanic activity, as this unfortunate incident is highly condemnable and it poses a serious threat to our collective existence as a people. The various heads of security agencies should, as a matter of urgency, deploy their men to the community to monitor and restore normalcy, as the lives of our students studying in our town is so precious to us as a leadership. We call on all Nigerian students in the Sunrise State to be law-abiding, vigilant, and not take laws into their own hands. NANS also commiserates with families of those who lost their loved ones in this unfortunate attack and brings succor to the wounded. So how quite to bring succor to the wounded? That's not a phrase, that's an action. Governors mourn victims of terrorist attack on Ondo Catholic Church. State governors under the aegis of the Nigerian Governors Forum, NGF, have expressed sympathy with the Owo community, the government and people of Ondo State, and the country in general over the attack on worshippers at the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, in Owo local government area of Ondo State on Sunday. An explosion reportedly rocked the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owaluwa Street, in Owo Town, Owo local government area of Ondo State capital, whilst Mass was ongoing on Sunday, with many feared taken down. Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the Ekiti State Governor and Chairman Nigeria Governors Forum, conveyed the sympathy in a statement made available to journalists in Abuja, whilst praying for the victims of the attack, described Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the Ekiti State Governor and Chairman, Nigeria Governors Forum, conveyed the sympathy in a statement made available to journalists in Abuja, whilst praying for the victims of the attack, described it as a gory, ugly, and gruesome act by extremely wicked people. We mourn with the people of Ondo State. The Nigerian Governors Forum wishes to express its deepest sympathies to the Owo community. The government, let me do that again. We mourn with the people of Ondo State. The Nigeria Governors Forum wishes to express its deepest sympathies to the Owo community, the government and people of Ondo State, and the country in general, following the attack on worshippers at the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, in Owo local government area of Ondo State, in which scores of people were reportedly taken down. The NGF considers this a gory, ugly, and gruesome act by extremely wicked and warped minds, meted out to innocent victims on a holy day. However, in the spirit of all our faiths, we pray for them. May God forgive and grant them mercy. As governors, on our oath, we solemnly pledge to work with Mr. President, all citizens and residents of our country, Nigeria, to assure you of a fully secure environment. So this really irritates me, because these are part-state template responses. This is identical carbon copy of every single response to every single incident, thousands of which happens over the course of the lifespan, especially of this administration. It's a template stock response. It's a stock response, STOCK, a stock response, something that you have in stock that you just go to the shelves and pick up. It's a stock response to these things. We will hunt them down. They will not go free. Justice will be brought to them. This will be the last we'll see of this incident. We have deployed the security agencies to go and sweep the area and secure the space. Our condolences to the family, and then they put that on the shelves and then take it off the shelves every week to hand it to every incident that is happening week by week. A stock response. Our goal is to halt brutalities, address unresolved criminal. Our goal is to halt. I'm going to try that one more time after I have a sip of water. Our goal is to halt brutalities, address unresolved criminal acts, and ensure all killers are ultimately brought to face the consequences of their actions, reads the statement in part. So just a stock response, really. This is the end of this particular situation, by the way. You all know that because by tomorrow now, they will have a presidential candidate and all of the noise-making moves to that space, but the Owo space now totally destroyed and traumatized. It is recalled that exactly a week ago, the head of the Methodist Church in Nigeria was abducted along with two other clerics in the southeast of the region. The Methodist prelate said he paid $240,000 or 100 million naira to free himself alongside his companions. 2 weeks ago, two Catholic priests were kidnapped in Katsina, President Buhari's hometown in the north of the country. They have not been released. And on it goes. In March, government targeted the vital rail link between Abuja and the northern city of Kaduna, killing at least 9 people and kidnapping dozens of others, many of whom are still being held. So this is it. This is why I said that by tomorrow we would have forgotten this. How many of us, without having to read this, still has a memory of what happened in the Abuja-Kaduna train? So we are somewhat judged today, but by tomorrow we'll be on to the next, and they'll do it the day after, and then we'll be judged, and then by the next day we are on to the next. So still with the Owo space, Owo attack, no priest, and we are inert to it now. So this is the new reality now. If this happened in any other country, that country is held in that space for decades and decades. Just one of the instances that happens every single day in Nigeria. If it happens, a whole country will be held in that space mentally and in action for almost a generation. Our attack, no priest was kidnapped, Catholic Church. The Ondo Diocese of the Catholic Church has denied media reports claiming one of its priests was abducted by the attackers during the Mass at St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo today, June the 5th. A report earlier said the official priest, let's do that entirely all over again. The Ondo Diocese of the Catholic Church has denied media reports claiming one of its priests was abducted by the attackers during the Mass at St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo today, June the 5th. A report earlier said the officiating priest, Reverend Father Andrew Abayomi, was kidnapped in the incident, which happened at about noon when the Mass had already ended. However, in a statement issued by its Director of Social Communications of the church, Reverend Augustine Ikwu, the church said the online report of the priest abduction is false. The statement: it is Pentecost Sunday, a time every Catholic is expected to be in church to commiserate the solemnity. It is so sad to say that whilst the Holy Mass was going on, men of unknown origin wielding guns attacked St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church. Many are feared dead, many others injured, and the church violated. The identity of the perpetrators remain unknown, and the situation has left the community devastated. However, for now, security agencies have been deployed to the community to relatively handle the situation. So I don't quite know what relatively handle means. At this point in the history of our dear country, Nigeria, we need God's ultimate intervention to restore peace and tranquility. Meanwhile, all the priests in the parish are safe and none was kidnapped as the social media has it. The bishop of the diocese is also with them at this trying time. Let us continue to pray for them and the good people of Owo and the state at large. So if no abduction was made, then that just tells you that it's really lent more to this narrative that this is a politically motivated thing. It's essentially around the no open grazing narrative, and they came with explosives, So this was not just opportunist attackers. So they came with explosives. So this is not opportunistic, and and they went in to savage the whole church. So we're not hearing reports of people being abducted. So this is essentially just an act of inhumanity. Buhari never said APC presidential ticket should go to the south. Garba Shehu. President Mohamed Buhari did not demand zoning the presidential ticket of the ruling All Progressive Congress to southern Nigeria, his spokesman Garba Shehu has said. So is that a portal for them to withdraw from that position then? Mr. Shehu said reports purporting the Nigerian leader had asked party leaders to consider only southern aspirants for the top ticket during last night's meeting were false. Correspondents did not run the story, which was attributed to undisclosed sources at the meeting. This issue has not arisen, Mr. Shehu told BBC on Sunday. All he has to do is negotiate and get one person out of it, and he has shown that as a leader, he's ready to provide leadership to make that happen. Mr. Buhari invited aspirants on the party's platform to a late-night meeting at the State House on Saturday night. Official transcripts of the meeting released by Femi Adesina said the president asked all the aspirants to seek a consensus amongst themselves. Reports circulated whilst the meeting was still underway that Buhari has said he would only back a southern candidate, a claim now debunked by his two most senior media aides. And this is where our rational mind was taking us to yesterday, that I was pushing him hard. Mr. Shehu, however, said the president would back anyone chosen during consensus talks, notwithstanding the aspirant's origin, the BBC reported. Activities have intensified for a consensus candidate to be worked out amongst aspirants and party leaders. Activities have intensified for a consensus candidate to be worked out amongst aspirants and party leaders. Meetings were held across Abuja overnight, including the meeting of Southwest leaders that was held at Olusegun Oshoba's residence. Bola Tinubu, Rotimi Amechi, Yemi Osinbajo, Kayode Fayemi, and Emeka Nwajuiba Amongst others are southern politicians seeking the ticket. Ahmed Lawan, the Senate president from Northeast Yobe, is also a top contender. The party's convention for the adoption of a candidate will commence on June the 6th in the nation's capital. So there it is right there. It has a lot more information, but it's still as clear as mud. As clear as mud. It gets even more confusing. Ignore reports of Osinbajo's withdrawal from presidential race campaign council. So this is it now. This is exactly what we heard. Who was it that we heard this about? That Fayemi has stepped down for Osinbajo. So maybe this might well be a tit for tat. Vice President Osinbajo, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Presidential Campaign Council has described as fake reports that Professor Yemi Osinbajo has stepped down his presidential bid ahead of the primary election of the All Progressive Congress APC, slated for the 6th to the 8th of June 2022. Chairman of PYO Media Council, Richard Akinola, in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja, said the report is the handiwork of those who are afraid of the huge and rising political support base of the vice president as the primaries draw near. He said Professor Osinbajo is not contemplating any such idea as all available he said Professor Osinbajo is not contemplating any such idea as all available empirical data and ensuing developments strongly demonstrate that the vice president is the leading aspirant. The latest of such is the recently completed report of the party's presidential screening committee that shows he's the leading APC presidential aspirant. We want to assure all Nigerians that the PYO presidential campaign team is ready for the primaries and very sure of victory. It is our earnest expectation that all delegates participate fully in the political process and provide the right direction for the future of our country as we prepare for our party's presidential primary. We welcome all our distinguished delegates from across the country to Abuja for our presidential primaries starting tomorrow. Ahead of the primaries, a group of civic-minded volunteers under the auspices of the PYO Volunteers Support Network has finalized plans to set up mobile clinics, fixed health posts, accommodation assistance, and other logistic supports for delegates, convention working committees, amongst other participating in the APC Special Convention. For instance, there will be a 24/7 help desk line that delegates can call if there is an emergency so as to provide first aid, outpatient care, and use available ambulances to evacuate to the nearest hospital if necessary, Akinola said. So there it is right there, the dollar politics. But is that a clever move? So this is now the last readout. Northern APC governors have ruined Atiku's chances, says VONDG. Okay, Chukwu. A chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress, Osita Okechukwu, has saluted the 10 northern governors who supported the zoning of the APC presidential ticket to the south. Whilst describing their act as a patriotic display, the Director General of Voice of Nigeria disclosed that it was more honorable than the cash and carry victory of the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. Okechukwu, who issued the statement, and by the way, should he be making a partisan statement, Director General of Voice of Nigeria, which is a government parastatal, but it's a media outfit, so it shouldn't be this partisan. Okechukwu, who issued the statement in a release on Sunday, congratulated the party's northern governors and political leaders for strengthening Nigeria's unity by endorsing power shift to the south. He said, Nigerians have now seen that the dollar reign cash and carry primary that produced His Excellency, look at that. Look at that. This is just Nigerian for you. So the dollar reign cash and carry, which are acerbic remarks, and then he follows that with His Excellency without any hint of irony at all. He said, Nigerians have now seen that the dollar reign cash and carry primary that produced His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar as the PDP presidential candidate was a Pyrrhic victory that has nothing in store for the new Nigeria of our dreams. I am inclined to believe that Atiku's victory is Pyrrhic, going by the Greek mythology, and may not lead to ultimate victory, especially with the patriotic stance of his northern brothers. Voice of Nigeria DG further stated that by their unholy attempt to harvest from the primordial sentiments, the PDP has not only breached rotation convention in its constitution, but has wittingly or unwittingly dug their electoral grave in the 2023 presidential election. He contended that the decision to rightfully rotate power to the south, He contended that the decision to rightfully rotate power to the south, that should be by, that's why I paused, because there's a word. He contended that by the decision to rightfully rotate power to the south, the northern leaders have upheld the progressive bent of APC and exposed the perfidy and opportunistic tendencies of the PDP. I am very elated. I commend APC governors and political leaders of the Northern Belt for their profound patriotic statement, which aligns with Mr. President's idea of consensus. I must add that this is a national healing balm and bridge building pedigree of APC governors and political leaders of the Northern Belt, which they anchored on the doctrine of progressivism, he noted. So that so essentially he's saying a faux pas by the APC, by the PDP rather. So a faux pas by the PDP. So there it is, and here we are. So let's bring on the panelists. So Baba Kure, I see you. Ajan Lekoko, I see you. Fiobala, I see you. Charles, I see you. Engineer, I see you. Thomas and the OG. So good to have you on, gentlemen. So let me kick it off then with Baba Kure. So Baba Kure, I mean, there's no other place to start. So we're doing a session on it earlier on. Apologies that I didn't let you on because I was about to round off when you came in, so I just had to round off. But now a fuller session and more time to gauge your thoughts. So this is what has happened. What are you making of it? Baba Kure, I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, good.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, if you're not, can everybody else mute themselves? Who am I hearing in the background? Oh, all right, thank you. Carry on, Baba Kure. Sorry, somebody had their mic on. Yeah, Baba Kure, to you.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Anyway, today is a very bad day in the history of Ondo State. To be precise, I'm not going to, though it affects Nigeria. If in ideal country, it's supposed to affect the whole country, but I'm going to just limit it to Ondo State right now. It's a very sad day for us, we the citizens of Ondo State, and I do not expect this, and I can tell you that I don't dream it in the next 10 years to come. with what happened today. It is very, very sad. And I know that some people may be saying that, oh well, it is not political motivated. I will say that it has a lot to do with that, because if we look at what is going on in the since yesterday itself, I'm not really going to say that those who made the comment are the people that are responsible. We'll be hearing it from some group in the northern part of Nigeria saying that why should Buhari mentioning that he supports Southerner president candidate, let me put that way, candidate. And we have seen in so many ways that it was the same Akredolu has been the mouthpiece of governor in southwest of
Baba
Nigeria.
Akure, are you at a party?
I think, just give me a moment, please.
Yeah. All right. So I think Baba Kure is trying to work out a better position for the so I can continue to, as we await Baba Kure, let's take the soundings of Charles. So Charles, let's hear from you, Charles. Charles, are you there? All right.
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, let's hear from you. So we are really with the we're really with the what happened in Owo, of course. Something that I'm sure you know the backdrop to. Completely alien to Yoruba land. Sunday Mass, when you know that, I think it's a Pentecost or something. So a real landmark event. So, and this was a prepared and orchestrated thing. They had planted explosive devices, and then they came in just right when the church was fully parked and opened fire. There's no reports of abduction, so this tells us then that this was just an act of savagery. Have you ever heard of such a thing, Charles?
It's quite unfortunate about the incident that happened. The only thing I have to say is that the attack in question, especially with the location, because if it was really the location is highly political in some ways. They could easily have done this in a church in Kaduna, Sokoto, Bauchi, you understand, and they will have carried it out successfully and passed whatever message they want to pass. They didn't need to come all the way down to Ondo. But I think the Ondo incident is more or less like a statement because Akeredolu has been the mouthpiece, especially for the Yoruba people. He's been the one that has been the one taking decisions regarding herdsmen, regarding he's the only Yoruba governor, if I'm correct, that has really taken steps to calm down Moteku and take a stance on the herdsmen menace. He's already also had some few spats with the Arewa people regarding the rotation of power to the southwest. However, I just see this attack as a statement to Akeredolu, and not really to the Yorubas per se, but it's more or less to the South in general. It's more or less like whatever you do, if it's either you take us in or we can do whatever we please, even with your.
Well, this doesn't really augur for taking them in, does it? You cannot come in to somebody's space by force unless you want to seize the whole place completely. So they're not out of fear then going to be accepting that these people must be amongst them.
I know, but I'll be honest. I'm just plain out truthful with the situation. The situation on things there, I do not think we can do anything about this. Unfortunately, I don't think we can do anything regarding this banditry. We don't even have the political will, because the way things are, even the government itself, like people have always been saying, is compromised. People from within the army is compromised. All the generals are northerners. Buhari is not taking action. There really isn't any political will. We just have individuals. Either you have Ekeredolu, you have Kanu, you have Igboho. But really, as the political will to actually fight this banditry is not there. And I don't see, until we have that, where the northern governors will speak out against it, the presidency will speak out against it, and all 36 state governors.
The president, sorry to interrupt you, the presidency has spoken about it, but it's the usual banal platitude that is like from the shops, from the shelves, they just pick these answers, these responses.
Yeah. So when I say by speaking about, it's not just normal the condolence and all those things. No, I'm talking about forming an anti-terror. Do you understand? Even forming an anti-terror police unit and putting it in all 36 states, things like that, being proactive. See, I'll be blatant and be honest about this thing. These guys have us at their mercy.
We're surrounded now.
Politically, we are at their mercy. If they say they are not giving us the presidency, there's nothing we can do. Security-wise, we are at their mercy. That continuous news about the army being compromised, all the generals being northerners, all the army being northern, and I don't just know the way forward. Unfortunately, to be honest, I have no answers to it. Has happened. Do you understand? We all say condolence. People would pay homage. People will say the governors will come out and speak up. Atiku will say his own. Peter Obi will say, but in the real sense of it, no action will be done, and nothing can be done to stop this. Unfortunately, that's just it.
Something can be done, but a lot of what you said, I agree with Charles. But something can be done. But first, to what you said, you're absolutely right in a good number of what you just said, because this will happen again. But our emotions will not be as jarred as it is now because it's new to our space. So we become inert to it, we become accustomed to it, and we rationalize it. And so long as it doesn't happen to us personally, we see it as unfortunate. We'll start to see it in Yoruba land the way we see it when we hear that it happens in Borno, where we sympathize with them, but they're so distant from. So this is the thing now. But something can be done about it, which is the localizing of security. But would Buhari allow that? He would not.
My fear. Because like I see things happening that Osinbajo is going to be president and things like that. I have it deep within me that man is not going to have an easy ride throughout his 8 years.
The attacks will increase.
It's going to. Apart from just if these things are happening under Buhari, and the governors are saying no, we can't accept these people. Osinbajo comes in. He's even more. In fact, as a matter of fact, the way things are set up now, he's even more under pressure. Even personally, if I was him, I wouldn't want the job anymore, because right now it will now be.
Charles, one man. Charles.
Hold on. No.
Okay. I want to say something.
We want to move
I'm
away.
not interjecting.
All right.
Please.
Okay. No, we're not doing that anymore. But carry on now, Charles. Sorry about that, Charles.
Personally, if I was in his shoes, I would probably not want the job anymore, because I can see in the future you are left with an unseen a menace that you can't control. You being a Christian president, and your people definitely will be like, you know what, these people, we are not going to take them. So what do you do? Well, and you're surrounded by, that your election basically is the North telling you that, oh yeah, we are giving it to you now, take. So what do you want to do? Will you please your people and spite the Northerners who gave you this power? To be honest, leave all things aside. Or you agree to the Northerners' demands of headsmen and everything, and your people will see you as a betrayer. I think, to be honest, he's really whoever takes this position, especially if it looks more like Osinbajo, but these attacks are only going to get worse, and we are in for it. It's even going to become even worse, because now it's going to be based on ethnic sentiments. Now, at least Buhari is here. Nobody will say, it's not coming out and saying that the president of Nigeria, who is a Muslim, is not allowing Fulanis to have headsmen to have control of Nigeria or have branches or stuff like that. Now it's a precedent. So it's going to be even more radicalized and ethnic-based, religious-based, because it's like a Christian president is not allowing the nomadic Fulani headsmen to have a say in their own country. Do you understand? So it's only going to get worse. It's a really big problem I've seen coming forward after 2023 if Osinbajo becomes or a Southerner becomes president.
That problem, that space, it has gotten progressively a bigger problem and not at all reduced. It wasn't this bad under Obasanjo. It was worse under Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, and it's just now a hellish situation.
You know what? The honest truth about it that these guys, the North itself, it seems as if now this headsman banditry attack, it's not just a menace, like just a security menace. It's now a political menace because I just feel it has turned to, one, a security problem, and two, it has also turned to a
do you think what sorry, Charles, do you think what we're looking at, what is happening in slow motion right in front of our eyes, is conquest taking place? Is this conquest?
We've always been conquered. We've just not always accepted it. We've always let me just be honest about it. We've always been a conquered people in the South.
When I say that, people throw stones at me, but we've
always been conquered people. We're conquered people. Look, the religion. This can happen to a northerner, and a Christian will come and shoot to kill everybody, and they'll take that rubbish. We will cry, we'll shout, "This is unfair," blah blah blah. We'll keep quiet. Another thing will happen. We're already conquered. There's really nothing you can do about it. I think, as a matter of fact, if I were the Southern, I don't think they should even bother themselves with this presidency anymore, because I can assure you, this presidency that are giving us is going to be hell. We even wish that we didn't even have it, as a matter of fact, because they're going to make it hell during these 8 years. The best case scenario, like I've always said, is for all South, Southeast, Southwest come together and put your foot down and tell them that we have to restructure this country. Forget about the presidency. The presidency this is just a quick fix. What, you have the presidency for 8 years. Okay, Yoruba man is president, the South is president. Then inside that presidency, you'll be having problems. Osinbajo cannot govern. The northern pressure will be against him. Banditry will be against him. By just deceiving ourselves, we need to come down as a Southern people, have a meeting, put our foot down. Forget about the presidency. If the North wants to take that presidency, to take that presidency, and just tell them that we know what, we need to restructure this country, security-wise, political-wise, and let's solve this problem once and for all. Having the position for 8 years is nothing. Jonathan had the position for 8 years. What happened to him? He was overburdened with so much security problems that I'm sure even himself, he wasn't happy to even give the thing to Buhari self, because I don't see anything. And why is it always, especially when it comes to, it's now a trend. If a Southerner is there, when Buhari was there, that is when this banditry came in. Okay, during Buhari's time, it was still there, but now as another Southerner is coming in again, it's as if they're just trying to pass the point again that you don't go and think that you will rest too. This problem is too. It's like they just have you under hostage. You're just, to be honest, we are deceiving ourselves. I could care less about the presidency, whether going to the South. We're just being fools as Southerners. That's just it. We're surrounded.
Charles, I want to share the Nigerian map with you, which I'm going to I want to share the Nigerian, because all the way through this incident, I've been trying to work out where their pathway is into Ondo State. So if we are saying that these people, and the belief is that these are people from the Sahels, essentially. So this is the Nigerian map. And where my cursor is here is Ondo State. So you see that Ondo State is insulated by Edo, Ekiti, Osun, and then it cascades all the way south. So the entry into Ondo is a portal just round about Kogi State.
Left to me, if I was even in charge of security, you see that Kwara, Kogi, Benue, that line. I don't know how that line.
That should be the buffer line.
That should be a buffer line. You should set up a military base, whether in that center. that will be parading those. I don't know how those 3 states, but those are the entry points to the east. Basically, that is what I'll do. But let me not lie. Osinbajo has his hands full. I don't want to even be in his own situation right now. But that will be the buffer line, and we don't have any security in Nigeria now. Let's not deceive ourselves.
Do you think state policing and regionalized security is almost an inevitability now? Something that really should be fast forwarded immediately and right now?
State policing
and regional policing, but fully equipped, not this Amatekun nonsense that they are using own day, you know.
State policing is a welcome idea. However, I don't know. To be honest, let's just agree. State policing should be a welcome idea. Every state should, as a matter of fact, to make more accountability to governors in terms of nobody's going to be pointing hands at the central government and be waiting for Buhari to perform wonders. At least we will know that the state has the apparatus and the mechanisms to actually safeguard its people. So yes, state police should be accepted. But at the same time, we are not taking this terrorist threat in Nigeria serious at all. By now, a counter-terrorist military unit should have been formed long time ago. We're just dragging our feet. And Nigeria has no form of security internally in terms of internal aggression and external aggression. We're actually sitting ducks, I must say. And I feel, in fact, it's only going to get worse, especially with this pipeline that they want to do, connecting is it from this thing to Algeria or whatever. Before you know anything, that one self is going to be another. These bandits will turn to militants in that region and start. We have a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, what I would really want us to do is for the South to come together. Forget about that presidency. The long-term solution is a restructuring of this country. Osinbajo
Are we talking about restructuring or a balkanization? It has not worked and it can never work.
Everything join, restructuring, state police. We need and I've been saying this a long time. We need to start having databases. We are just security. We are very porous in Nigeria.
Do we even have security at all? Land your point, Charles. I'll take your interjection, engineer, and then I'll go back to Babakure. Yeah.
So the whole bone of contention is basically the South, in all honesty, should, as a matter of honor, should not even bother themselves with that presidency, because this is a statement. It's more of a statement that even if a Southerner is in charge of that country, if you guys don't bow to our demands, we can get you whenever we want to, even in your own territory. And I think Osinbajo, the next 8 years is going to be hell for us. We as the Southern people should come together, put our demands known in terms of restructuring this country. Let's forget about the elections. Forget about 2023. Use that 2023 to restructure this country and get things right for once. I see us going nowhere until we do this. That's all.
All right, brilliant. Well put. I wouldn't change a word from what you've just said. But engineer, come in quickly, and then I'll go back to Babakure, who seems to have repositioned himself.
Okay. Greetings to you, woman, and greetings to you, brothers. And Babakure, I'm so sorry for what happened in that territory, and may God console the people in that area, and may God give them the hearts to bear the evil perpetrators. And one man, some time ago, I told you about a video that was leaked, and a confession video that was leaked based on this bandit. And clearly, the video tells you everything about some of the governors in Nigeria, because they each governor donate 2 million naira to sponsor these people. And the highest governor that paid about, I think, 10 or 12 million naira is El-Rufai. And they said clearly on that video, I think if I still have it, I'll forward it to you. They said it clearly that they are going to import more of the bandits to troop in Nigeria and carry on atrocity. So what does that tell you? This is like just the beginning. I think I sent another video to you today again, a confession video that they said again, in 2023, if you have money enough, you have to vacate that country, Nigeria, because these people, they are all already in Nigeria and they will do the worst. And this is what exactly is happening. And something like this, one man, I keep saying it. You see, when you talk about the issue of policing, that's a good idea. But to me, they should mobilize vigilante. You understand? They should mobilize vigilante. Vigilante have to get involved. People have to sponsor them. Sponsor people who they are born in their soil and they are ready to protect their soil. If we start mentioning policing, it's going to help, but it's not going to help to that stage. So vigilante, they have to come in. And also we talk about here, we're saying about, let's forget about the election, this and this and that. Something we need to understand here, you see, we have governors, we have Senate of a state. Those are the people that, or every indigene should start questioning their governors. You've been elected as a governor to control your state. If something is getting out of hand, if you can't do it, step down so others can take over. Because the amount of people as a governor, you're supposed to protect your territory regardless of anything. But people are dying every single day by day. This governorship of a thing, all their family members, they're not in Nigeria and they don't care. They are being appointed as a leader to control, as a leader to help people. People put their trust in you. But are you doing the main thing? Are you serving people? No. Rather, you're serving your own selfish desire. People should start questioning their leaders, their governors. What is going on in our state? Those are the basic things that people need to start doing. Because this thing is absolutely, is not going to stop, one man. It's not going to stop.
No, this is just the beginning. This is just
the beginning. This video, this video I sent to you now, this is the second one. They said it clearly. This guy is saying it. You see him with his face mask. He's saying it clearly. We are coming for Nigerians. If you're in Nigeria 2023, after election, you have to leave. What does that tell you? Remember that the first video, they said, how many governors? About 12 or 13 governors. They contributed 2 million Nigerian currency to contribute towards these people coming into Nigeria. So what is going on? It's something we need to start asking questions, one man. It's not the issue of saying we should do this or we should forget about this. No, let's start asking questions.
But you see, we can ask questions, but really we're a sitting duck. We're at the mercy. Where we can get the help. Where the way out of this is in the hands of people that people feel are conspiratorial towards this. So it's only the central space that has the might to rescue the situation. But the received wisdom, the consensus amongst people, especially in the South, is that the central space, the federal space, is in cahoots with these people. So outside of, are we going to take to the streets with sticks and stones?
One man, there are. When I said we need to start asking questions, there are different ways of asking questions to Nigerian leaders. You understand? We can't just champion everything on air, but there are so many ways of asking a question. Amechi said it some time ago. Nigerian people, the way we are treating them is wrong. But if they start chasing us, If a former governor of Rivers State will say that thing clearly, time will come where people will start chasing us. We need to answer them. At least he gave that warning. It's not something that you see. There are different methods of asking a question. You can ask a question whereby a governor of a state he can't even sit there. He can't even have rest of mind. He has to run away from that state. Those are the kind of questions people should start asking. It's just fair. It's just fair. People are being massacred. I will just play with you, one man. Please, when it's 12 o'clock, if it is possible, it's up to you and it's up to people on the platform. Once it's 12 o'clock, if we can have a minute silence for these people, that will help a lot.
All right, you take charge of that and then remind us when we get to that spot. How can anybody say we can't say no to that? Can we? But we look for a somber something to play in the backdrop. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just thinking about, when you were talking about what can be done. You know what US did after that 9/11 incident, where they really dropped on counter-terrorist units, spying of phones, homeland security. You understand? Putting all those. There was really no. In fact, a lot of people frowned against it because of phone spying and things like that. I think we've come to a point where we need to do this.
Yeah, but you are saying it as though you think that the federal space the federal space has to be willing to. If the federal space was willing to take this thing on frontally, I don't think we'd have gotten to where we are now. So this is what I'm saying.
That's why a lot of people are saying that it's being sponsored by it's from within and things like that. Because ordinarily, if you had set up a counter terrorist unit where you even spy on phones, even within the Northeast and surrounding neighboring areas, by now one would have gotten wind of so many of these plans and things before it actually happened. But like I said, our security infrastructure is very porous, and we need to spend a lot of money in upgrading those infrastructure to get anywhere in this.
All right, thank you. So, Baba Kure, you have repositioned yourself. So let's hear from you then. As you were. So carry on.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, engineer. Before I go back to where I was before, I want to make something clear to Charles, because I know that he's so really confident that Yoruba is going to be the next president, right? I just wanted to put that in the back burner, because we don't really know what is going to happen, because you can't really trust these people anyway. So that is my number one point to Charles. Though every single thing that you said, it is well acceptable and make a lot of sense. But that issue of Osinbajo become president in 2003, just put that at the back burner right now, because you don't even know what is going to happen. Anyway, it's like I said, it was a very sad day in Ondo State, Owo to be precise, and the southern part of Nigeria, southwest, and Nigeria as a whole. In a civilized country where we're a country where there is no division by ethnicity or by religious line, at least by now. Tomorrow is supposed to be APC primary. They're supposed to suspend everything and then put the flag on the half mast. But Nigeria is the same thing. Like one man said, by tomorrow everything is being forgotten and everybody go back to their normal business. And the APC convention will start tomorrow, and everybody will forget. They will sharing their money, sharing dollars and stuff like that, and they will totally forget about what happened in our. I think the one man said we are going to stone him because he said if we are conquered, and I'm one of those people that said no. Then I will still disagree.
You still don't think we're conquered people.
I will still disagree. Okay. And I know I will still disagree. Anyway, if we look at what happened in Ondo State, it is political motivated. Like I said earlier, Akeredolu has been the mouthpiece of Southwest governor. He has been the mouthpiece, even lately, he has been the mouthpiece of APC, hammering that they have to, that there is no going back. They have to soon APC presidency to southern part of Nigeria. Yesterday, after Buhari, which to me, because I hear when everybody was talking about it yesterday, that Buhari already give a nod that okay, he supports southern presidency. I just laugh. I said, let's just wait. Let's just wait until when that very day comes. Some people came out. Some group from the north, they came out. I don't know if you go to Vanguard, you will read about it. They came out and they said Buhari is a disappointment to them. That how could he said in his own mouth that he supports a southern candidate, that it is their right to compete, something like that. If you read it and if you look at Vanguard, I think you're supposed to get that news from there. Then this morning, boom, in Owo, they went to church and killed people. Even young kids. I couldn't even watch that video. I just deleted it from my phone one time because that is too graphic. So you wake up in the morning, you eat your breakfast, you happy going to church. Then you go to church, you pray to God, you dance, you get your Holy Communion, bam, they locked up on you, and they ransack the whole place and kill people. So I will say it is politically motivated, and I will say that we can see that Christian has been attacked in Nigeria. There is no way we can translate it. Last month, Deborah was born to death because
just tweak the language just for carry on though.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was last month. Deborah was killed, right? Then we've seen a lot. Yesterday, the same incident happened in Abuja. They said somebody blasphemed. They kill him. They do what they have to do. Then today again, we saw what happened in Owo. So we can say it is politically motivated, and at the same time, we can see now that Christians are being attacked in Nigeria. So it's showing us there is no place for Christianity in Nigeria. You might not agree with it, but that is too bad, because we can see consistent of attacking Christian priest, bishop, and co now in the last few months. You see, when lunatic talks, we always take it as levity. We take it with levity hand. We take them as stupid. But we can see now that it might be what I'm going to say might be controversial, but at the same time, it is my own opinion. When Nnamdi Kanu, because I will still go back to this. You see, when the time comes, you see Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday go, they are going to be the savior. You see, you always play Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. They will be the prophet of our time when that time comes, because they be saying this. Last year, Igboho make noise. Yoruba nation. They make a lot of people even talking that these people we need to get ourselves together. But what do? Our politicians. Do you want to tell me that our politicians didn't know what they are not involved in shooting down Igboho's house? You want to tell me that? Because of their selfish interest. They shot the man, they ransacked the man's house and ran away. And I can tell you, you see the very 2 months that when this guy came out and said that we are going to go to the bush, every bush. Did you see anybody being kidnapped on the expressway from Lagos State to Ondo? Did you hear that they kidnapped somebody in Ibadan? But you see, when they shut down that movement like this, that is when you start seeing people again. That is when you start seeing them. That's when you see a lot of killing again in Gangan, burning this, burning that. So it comes now. But did you hear anything from our so-called Yoruba leader now? Did you hear anything from Tinubu? Did you hear anything from Osinbajo?
Well, I've not heard yet. That is not to say we will not hear. So it's still fresh and evolving.
Fresh and shock.
Yeah.
Okay, that is true. It is too fresh. That is right. Because these people, I don't know the plan they have in their mind. They know what they have in their mind. But it is good when you say how things is rather than care about what you are going to get, maybe from government or from political ambition you are running after. Now, some people they lost their life today. Now, even young kids, as the whole place is even as Nigeria is not as good as we may think. You don't even know where those kids, young kids can get to in life. You don't even know their destiny. You don't know where they can get to in life. They just shut them down, just like that. They're done. So, like shall say here, I think the best solution is for this election to be put on hold. Put it on bed first to let it rest. Like some people have been saying that 2023 shouldn't be about election. Just let's fix this country first. If we still want to live together, restructure this country, nominate somebody that will just be. What's so difficult in you accepting that? But you see, these people, they so care about that money they are running to in the government offices. That is why they don't have that common sense to just say, well, I think this guy is talking sense. Let Buhari just go and just nominate somebody that is trustworthy. Put that person there and give them mandate. Like, okay, this is what we want you to do. Let them restructure this country. But otherwise, if that is not going to work, well, let everybody go in their separate ways. We cannot continue like this. It is never done because it doesn't really matter. Even if you are in US, you are in UK, you are in Australia, you are in Canada, you are anywhere in the world, in as much that you are born in Nigeria, you will still remain Nigeria until the kingdom come. There's nothing you can do about it. How could you, even if you don't even have family in Nigeria, how would you be so happy that you're even comfortable, even if your family, your wife, your children are living abroad with you, or even you move all your parents, all your sisters and all your parents, you move them away from Nigeria, but you are still born in Nigeria. How will you feel when you hear about bad things that is happening every single day in Nigeria? How will you feel? I have brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Even if they are here with me, I will still be feeling, because I was born in Nigeria. I will still be feeling. When I hear anything about Nigeria, I will still I'm part of these people. It doesn't really matter which citizenship you have. That Nigeria will still be there. So if it is not going to work, let everybody go on their separate ways. We cannot continue like this. Like some people say in the morning, because I was unable to join this morning. I think one man from UK was saying something this morning about the issue of will you see Muslim Yoruba Muslim that we just go to church and shock people? Or do you see any? We live together. Most Muslim that I know for sure in Southwest. During Christmas, we celebrate together. During Ileya, we celebrate together. Even on New Year's Day, you see everybody come to each other's house and exchange food. We live together in peace. You won't see any Yoruba Muslim that will okay because that have knife in his pocket and say, oh well, if I just slot the person. That is not part of us. That is not our culture. So when we're talking about we are different. Or do you see anybody from the east, any Muslim from the east that will go to somebody's house or go to church or go to mosque and say, okay, because these people are Muslim, so I'm going to ransack the place. Our attitude, our behaviors, the way we are, our upbringing is different from these people. If the country cannot be restructured, I think the best thing is for everybody to just go on their separate way. We cannot continue like this because it's if we believe that we still want to patch it, you patch it. You use a new clothes. You need use a new clothes to patch old clothes. It's still going to how do I put it? Mess up when the time comes. So the best thing is for everybody to go on their separate. Just let us forget about this issue of election. Because I'm very sorry, you see what happened in Ondo State. that is just tip of iceberg of what is
Baba
coming.
Kure, can I interject?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, if we end up championing all the time, let's go our separate ways. People we elect, they don't want it. We have the state governors. Yeah. So those are the people who chase first. We chase them first, send them to Abuja. Then we make our decision.
Engineer, I don't really. I think we give too much props to these people that they claim are elected, but really foisted upon us. You know what the people want is what will subsist. Or if the people want it enough and they want it very forcefully, then these people will have to either give that space or be moved out. You know, so we cannot. We're not subservient to them.
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you, one man, from day one. We need to start asking questions. You understand? We are here all the time.
We've asked a lot of questions with no answers.
Baba Akure, see, there are okay, I give you an example. There are two questions we need to be asking. There's what we call polite question and there's what we call hard question. Hard question come with consequences. So those are if we give them two options, they don't do, then we go to second option. It's not something that we have to say it on live. There are things that people should start asking these people questions. Then they will realize, yes, my people, they are angry and this is what they're trying to do. I'd rather give up the post and join them. Those are the things that people need to start asking.
Yeah, but time, go ahead.
Each time we end up saying, let's go our separate way. Let's go as the people that we elect as the leadership. They will be looking at us as we are fools. We don't know what we're doing.
You've got mail.
You understand? So those are the people that we need to start asking them hard questions. They have to answer. If they don't answer, it's not something we'll be talking on air, my brother. Let's call the spade a spade.
You have mail. You have mail.
Not me. It must be you. That is British. That is British accent.
Look at that. You've got mail. But what is that? How come you don't have female? You have mail. Anyway, round up your thoughts and I'll go to Ayo.
God will help us.
What the engineer said. Well, you may be right, but to me, I think it is time for citizens of Southwest. We are feeling the heat because you see all these governors, they don't really have their family in Nigeria and they have enough money that can last them for until the kingdom come. Let me just put that way. So, but we are feeling the pinch. I think it is time for us to come together to decide this is what we want. Shut the whole place down. This is what we want. We want this country to be restructured or we go on our separate ways. But how many of us is going to do that? Just wait. Tomorrow now you will see some people in Abuja collecting dollars. Even I can tell you from the same war that incident happened today, you will see their delegates in Abuja tomorrow and they will go and collect their own money. You see, in fact, I don't know. And I can tell you, prayer cannot solve the because I see. Oh, we should pray. One Catholic reverend.
You know that is the language of hopelessness. It's not as though it's because people have reached the point that they've realized that it is beyond their powers to affect their lives and safety. So they are then looking to some divine space.
Okay.
Or is that not it?
All right.
What else can you do? They don't have these tools to fight back. They don't have anybody to protect them. They are not united enough to present any sort of a front. So they go to church and say, okay, oh God, my life is in your hands.
You see something funny, something happened after the incident, right? One of the Reverend Father of Catholic sent a letter memo out. He want to be politically corrected. He said unknown gunmen went to church.
Well, he is right because the identity of the culprits have not been identified.
Have not been identified, so, okay. Yeah. But those who are in the church that are saying that these are the people who came. So you think they want to be tribalized, right? So anyway, I arrest my case, one man.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. But I think we're all of the same thought as to what happened. But I'll go to Ayo. But before I go to Ayo, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. So the first one came in from Alexander Gomez, which I think we've already acknowledged. And the second person that seems to use that function, Sonny Utar, and he's speaking to this conversation taking place. Anybody here talking about PVC, Peter Obi nonsense? Anybody here talking about PVC, Peter Obi nonsense talk, third force rubbish should be abolished? Break it up now. So anybody talking about the usual accoutrements of what we discussed, well, they won't be abolished though, because I'm about to bring a story about Abiola's son winning the presidential ticket. But this is what Sonny thinks. Anybody here talking about PVC, Peter Obi, nonsense talk about third force rubbish should be abolished? Break it up now. So, you know, I think a lot of people, that country is being held by force. Because if you take an opinion poll of all of the divergent ethnic nations within Nigeria, you will see to the high percentage of 80, if not 90 or 100%, everybody wants to break away and form their own ethnic nations, especially most of the Southerners. You already know what the Igbos want, and I think the Yoruba space, you've already heard their voice. So nobody is a willing participant really in the Nigerian project, essentially. Sonny continues. It says, Baba Akure, please bring down the flag on your right. Thank you. So Baba Akure, Baba Akure, don't worry, Baba Akure is a man of his own decision. So Baba Akure, at least the flag is in half mast. So we can have that. So the flag in half mast. Baba Akure, please bring down the flag to your right. So thank you for the super chats, Sonny. So from Sonny, then let's go to more somber, almost certain matters as we hear from Ayo. So Ayo, I mean, it doesn't really need any build up the conversation, but really your thoughts.
Hey guys, it's been a while, and I hope everyone's doing great. Yeah, today has been very heartbreaking. I tell you, it's I don't know, man. I just haven't cried in a very long time, and I don't know why this affects me so much, but it really does. And I'm super heartbroken over what's going on in Yoruba land, and things have to change. Now, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I know it's very. It may seem like this is a unique problem, and no one has ever gone through this before. But we would be mistaken if that's the position we're taking. Very rarely do you find anything that's new under the sun. Countries have conflicts. Countries have inter-ethnic conflicts. And there's actually a blueprint, a very tried and proven blueprint for this sort of problem. Anyone who knows anything about India actually went through this. And the solution was they broke away from Pakistan. The same people, ethnically. This is actually even different because the Indians and Pakistanis are ethnically identical. The only difference is their religion. And they couldn't hack it together, and they had to split. We in the South, where, forgive me now, I can't remember what the exact genetic definition is, but we are genetically different from the Chadic Sahelian people. Not only that, we have a difference of religion. I know it's a very sore point. No one wants to talk about, because we all want to be politically correct, and especially us Yoruba, we're very progressive people, and we like to embrace, and this is probably why the Southwest is the most welcoming part of the country, but that's becoming a problem. That's to our detriment. There's nothing wrong with being accepting of others. There's nothing wrong with being non-judgmental of others. It becomes a problem when other people infiltrate your territory, kill you, massacre you, and tell you that, I'm sorry, you can't defend yourself because the Constitution doesn't allow it. Well, let's take a look at this Constitution. Who in Yoruba land sat down with anyone? I am not talking about Owolowe, I'm talking about this 1999 Constitution. Who in Yoruba land sat down with anyone and negotiated this Constitution with anyone? This was just one personality, a military dude, who decided he was going to sit down and draft the Constitution on his own. And we are supposed to abide by this like it's been beamed down from heaven and we have no choice. Listen, nature has made it that every single person on this planet has the right to defend himself, no matter what. If you're walking down the street and a dog comes to attack you, you will kick it. You're not going to be looking around to see if you're breaking the law to defend yourself. And especially if a dog attacks your wife or your kid. This is no different. I am not calling anyone or any ethnic group a dog. Self-defense, self-preservation is a human condition. If your Constitution does not allow for you to defend yourself, then what needs to happen, and this is not complicated, what needs to happen is the Southern governors need to come together, put out a statement, and say, as far as this particular issue goes, we are suspending the security guidelines of the Constitution because the federal government has shown it is not able to protect us. It is silly that the current narrative is that there isn't enough personnel in the military to protect this, from terrorism. You have so many people all over the South and probably in the North who will gladly, willingly, for free volunteer to protect their lives. And I am not calling for violence. I am calling for the leaders to take a position. You can't just sit down and have people come and massacre you. Why are these people able to carry guns? Where is the Constitution? What's the position of the position of the Constitution when it comes to them? Why don't I see this national leadership outrage about people who are supposedly foreigners coming in with automatic weapons and attacking us? Where is the outrage? Where is the constitutional constitutional reasoning behind that? A constitution is a two-way street. It's an agreement. It's a contract that binds people together. It's rule of law. And if one side does not want to abide by that rule of law, no one has to. So I don't want to go off on a rant, but this is just so painful for me. We have been going through a lot of stuff for a very long time. There's been killings in the north, and I am not excusing that. It's sad, but it hasn't touched me the way this has. And I never want to get to the point where I am comfortable with the killing of people in the South, or especially the Southwest, and make it just a common theme that, well, there's nothing we can do about it. You don't need anyone's position or anyone's permission, to defend yourself. I'll get off my soapbox in a second. The other issue is there's a fundamental clash of civilizations going on here. And I know we don't want to talk about it. You know, it's funny because there's what's called the founder's effect. And this is genetics. This is hardcore genetics. Genetics, or mankind, or modern man, and I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but modern man started from Africa. There is so much genetic variation between us. There is genetic proof that you as an African probably have more genetic compatibility with someone, say, I don't know, an Aboriginal in Australia, or I don't know, someone in Iceland, than you may have with someone 200 miles away from you. It's called the founder's effect. Because we are ground zero from where modern man was created, we are so different. And no one seems to want to understand the science behind why Africa is so almost impossible to govern and why it's so difficult for people to get along. It's because we have such a different mindset with many things. Many of us are very similar. We can potentially get together and work things out. But unfortunately, we don't have the leadership or the recognition we require to surmount those hurdles that we have. And this is what's happening. And the West isn't going to help us because I don't think they enjoy seeing us slaughter each other. But ultimately...
But where will that help come from, Ayo? If the West is not going to help us, which they are not obliged to, what is their although really they have a hand in it, because not by will we are in the situation that we're in now. This is of their doing, but they have no obligation to you. If you are vulnerable enough to be exploited both by them and now others, then that is your lot. So if they're not going to help you, how do you help yourself?
That's a great question. And it's super simple. We have to start acting and stop reacting. We have to start acting and stop reacting. We are so reactionary. We talk, we intellectualize, we debate, but no concrete action is taken ever. For whatever reason, makes absolutely no sense to me. No concrete action is ever taken to prevent this from happening again. This could actually happen tomorrow in Lagos. It could happen in Ibadan. It could happen in Enugu. And we would be back on here saying the same thing because we are so used to reacting and not being proactive. And how we bring proactive is this. How do these people communicate? I heard someone talking earlier on the panel about IT, the calls need to be intercepted. What if I told you Nigeria has Pegasus? Do you know what Pegasus is?
I think Lagos has it, but does Nigeria have it?
No, you have to buy it as a country.
Right.
Pegasus is the most advanced spyware developed by Israel that Israel sells to countries or different regimes in the world to spy on people. No phone is immune to it. None. If you have an iPhone, an Android, if they send you, the only thing they need to know is your phone number and send you Pegasus. They can see who you're texting. They can see your face. They can see everything that you can see on your phone. This is not science fiction. This is real. After you get up here, go and Google Pegasus spyware. Go and Google it. Nigeria has Pegasus. They know these fuckers. Pardon my French. I promised I wouldn't use profanity.
Yeah, please don't. I will get us a yellow.
Sorry.
We are already yellow marked anyway. I'm trying to have it removed, but I'll carry on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. They know these guys. They know them. Pegasus is just one leg of the stool. The other leg is the funding. These guys are not funding themselves. Have you seen these guys? There's a video going around on WhatsApp with one of these. This is actually from today. One of the guys who attacked people in Ondo, and a policeman saw him, rushed him, held him down, and a whole bunch of people came and subdued him and overwhelmed him.
Yeah, I saw that clip.
You saw that one, right? These are not sophisticated people, okay? They are getting their funding from somewhere. And it's easy to follow the money, especially in
are we not sorry, Ayo, to break into your flow, but are we not making the same mistakes that we always make, that these are not sophisticated people? They infiltrated the church, hid explosive devices. So that tells you that they've been monitoring the space and planning and plotting. They waited until the place was fully packed for maximum impact. They knew that it was a Pentecostal service, which is a jam-packed space. So it was a well-planned, well-structured, and carried out with precision sort of operation. So these are not rudimentary people, really.
They're not, but they have a sophisticated structure, and they're being supported by people who know what they're doing. These guys didn't just magically appear at the church. They got there, right? And it sounds like there were hundreds of them, right?
They said there were 50.
Okay.
Roughly.
Half of 100. There were 50 of them. How did they get there?
That was why I brought out the map, to see how somebody can come from Chad to end up in Owo,
Exactly. And it's funny, you know why? Because Nigeria has 4 satellites in space that can see things in real time. And we as Nigerians, we like to look at Nigeria as a very backward country, but when it comes to getting what they want, like Nnamdi Kanu from England, getting him in Kenya, they were able to. The Nigerian intelligence is second to none. Okay? Same thing with Igboho. They got him, right? Why haven't they been able to get Turji? And I know I've talked about this in the past. Listen, I guess where I'm going is this. We do like to have these conversations all the time, and we do like to it makes us feel good to reiterate the problems we all know that we have. But the way forward is very simple. I'm telling you, we can eliminate 50% of our problems by one single action. Whoever becomes the next president, especially if you want to keep that country one, there is absolutely no way you will not institute state police. There's a very common parlance used,
and a properly equipped one as well, not this Amotekun nonsense
that have all the power to acquire whatever weapons they want. Absolutely. There's a common parlance used in surgery, and Nigeria is bleeding. All bleeding stops. All bleeding stops. Now, the thinking is that the bleeding stops before you kill the patient, but it doesn't have to stop before you kill the patient. The patient may actually die, but that bleeding will stop. Nigeria is bleeding, and that bleeding is going to stop at some point. And it's going to stop either when we become...
We do not stop at the point of conquest. Once they've conquered you, and then they put you in Puda.
So I've heard this theory go on, and I know it's easy to say the Fulanis have conquered the South, and looking at it logically, they have not. Because we wouldn't be having this conversation if we were. How many? Once again, I'm just very, very big on defining a problem, and then so I'm not taking a shot at anybody, please, and don't, I'm not trying to offend anybody. But how many houses do you see on here complaining about Fulani controlling and have infiltrating their land? Absolutely none. That is what conquered looks like. Okay? So until we get to the point where no one is standing up, no one is pushing back, no one is fighting, no one is even thinks it's a possibility that we can overcome this debacle that we're in, we are far from conquered. If anything, it's gotten to this point by subterfuge, by deceit, manipulation. Now, all the marbles are bare. And the Northerners know this. And this is why they all decided that, oh man, let's just give this presidency to the South because, boy, Katakata don't boss. They know it. You really think you're going to subdue 80 million people in the South by some ragtag army on the bus or on bikes? You really think so? I don't think so. I know my people, and we're not turn the cheek kind of people. We're not. And neither are the Igbos or the Ibibios or the Edos or anyone else in the South. None of us have that mindset. So as far as being conquered goes, sure, it might give, it's a good talking point, it's a good issue we like to throw back and forth, but in the real sense, we are far from conquered.
But are we not, though? Because conquest is essentially being overloaded by somebody else. And are we not overloaded by somebody else? When I'm sure you followed the narrative of the prelates in the Southeast in Abia State that was picked up and then released, and he was telling us that the people that picked him up were of the same ethnicity. The soldiers that were manning the roads to protect the space of that same ethnicity, and the people that picked him up, they were casually strolling behind the soldiers, and they did not even flinch or flicker. So that is a conquering force right there, and that is them asserting they pick people up at will with no consequences, and you have to buy your way out, or you end there. So we are conquered. We cannot say we are not. At least by my own.
But the only way they're getting away with that is because the government, the security apparatus, who has 100% of the firepower, is deciding to just turn away and just pretend like they don't see what's going on. This is the only reason. So if you were conquered, if we were truly conquered, they wouldn't really even need the government to back them. They would just we would just assume, and conquering isn't a physical, it's not a physical position. Conquering is mental. Before you can be conquered as a people, you have to mentally accept that you are conquered, and there will be zero pushback. Unfortunately, like the Hausas. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying that I'm just using it to make a point. Okay? So that's what conquest looks like. And as far as I know, in the history of any indigenous group in the south of Nigeria, none has been conquered. None. Zero, at least that I know about. And it's not likely to happen now. So yes, do we have challenges? Are we being dominated with the full force or the complicit negligence of the federal government? Yes, but that is different from conquest. That is different from being conquered. So I'll let someone else speak because I'm getting a little emotional.
All right, thank you, Ayo. A good presentation. And on this occasion, you are allowed to to be emotional because we're just all barely holding it together. But a good presentation from Ayo, of course, as somebody that you're all familiar with. As somebody somewhat disagrees with you, Sonny Utar, he says it doesn't really disagree with you, but he's thinking you are not going far enough. So his super chats to say, Sonny Utar, he says, Ayo, please, the right word is break it up now. So he's fixated, of course, on that space that a lot of people are of that thought that we come and intellectualize it, and by the time we spend hours speaking grand language, then we condense it into just something that is that we can factor in our own head. But this is a visceral, innate situation. This is a primal situation. This is a this calls for primitive instincts rather than cranial functioning, is what some people think. And I think Sonny Utar is not far from that thought with his super chat to you. So if you want to address that just with a short little few sentences, then I'll go on to DOG Ayo.
One man, can I ask Ayo a question?
Go on, but let him have a go at what if he wants to. Okay, ask that question and then he'll wrap it all together.
Because someone else asked the question in the comment section. He said, Ayo, you are in exile in America and you don't think you are conquered. You are not in your homeland. You are really not in your homeland. We are immigrants. Why are we immigrants?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, sure. I mean,
based on facts.
The thing about sound bites is you can say anything to sound and make it sound like it's reasonable to smile.
But these are facts.
If anything at all, if I were to label myself, I would say I'm an economic migrant. I feel like I can get the best bang for my buck where I am, but I didn't leave Nigeria under duress. I didn't leave thinking I can never come back here or set up here.
Okay, but that's why right now I'm getting why Nigerians are leaving. Majority of Nigerians, maybe you are the exception, but majority of Nigerians are leaving because they are being conquered.
Well, once again, we really need to use that word carefully. They're economic migrants from many different struggling or challenged countries all over the planet. Doesn't mean they're conquered. They're just looking for greener pastures. And if they have the wherewithal or the skill or whatever it is to go and make a better life for themselves somewhere else, then so be it. It doesn't mean you're conquered. I'm not a refugee, okay? I'm in the States, but I'm not a refugee. For you to be conquered and be somewhere else, you have to be a refugee. Or at least you're not even conquered if you're a refugee. It just means you're fleeing or you're looking for refuge somewhere else. Do you have refuge? I don't think there's anyone on this panel that has refugee status, because that's actually a real thing. Is anyone here from Nigeria that has refugee status on their document? I don't think so.
Ayo, if you go to refugee camps now, you will see a lot of Nigerians there. You go to Cyprus. You say no. You said no because we are talking on this platform. Go there. Right. Majority of them are Nigerians.
So where refugee camps? Where
in Europe?
Okay, I don't know. You're probably right, and that could be a thing. And I don't know. I mean,
why are Nigerians in Libya? Qatar.
Nigerians were very.
Qatar.
Right?
What are you saying?
Libya,
India. We are in India. We are in Malaysia.
Well, I think that is more cultural than necessary. So anyway, let me just say this.
Can I ask Sodi a question?
Let me say this real briefly. Black South Africans don't travel very much, and there's a cultural reason for that. During apartheid, they were not able to leave the townships. They weren't able to go to different countries. They weren't able to go to different cities within South Africa. They were not able to leave the townships. And this happened for, I think, how long did apartheid last for? Almost 100 years, if not more. This was internalized and had become part of their culture. And now that they're free, they still don't travel. It's not because of the fact that South Africa is so great, and I'm not saying it isn't, but white South Africans travel, I can know a lot of white South Africans. They travel. They don't seem to limit themselves to their country. But I have never met a black South African in Florida. I'm not saying they're not here, but compared to all the other nationalities I've met, I've never met one. So that's cultural. So Nigerians travel for cultural reasons. We're explorers. We're confident. We feel like we need to make the best of whatever we can. Hell, if there were a civilization on the moon, and there was an easy way to get there, Nigerians would get there. And it's not because we are a conquered people. It's just because culturally, for us, that is normal. So I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Adanekoko
wants to come in. Adanekoko, yeah.
Solely,
Yes.
do you regard yourself as conquered?
No, well, not totally, but I believe our people are getting conquered.
Why are you querying Ayo?
When you stop fighting, you're conquered. When you don't
Yes,
feel...
But have you not seen the people of Nigeria lately?
Solely, why are you querying Ayo?
People of Nigerians regard politicians now as gods. You say the politicians behave like gods, but the people treat them like gods.
That's such, once again, that is such a...
People in Nigeria.
Like who? Where?
The way we are talking now, do you think that they can do that?
I've had conversations with people in Nigeria today, and there are many politicians they don't like. So I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like that is just such a broad statement that really doesn't. Where Igbos? Are you kidding? I don't think Igbos worship their politicians, and I certainly know Yorubas don't. So where? I know Tinubu has a lot of fanfare, and I don't want to say paid players, but to me, they're everywhere. They're on Twitter, on Twitter Spaces. I'm like, why are these guys always just trying to shove Tinubu down our throat? We can see we're not stupid. Yes, does he have political skill? 100%, absolutely. The guy's a narcissist, though. What has he done for Yoruba people? Can anyone name one thing Tinubu has ever done for Yoruba people? There's nothing. So you think he's going to get into the presidency and change? He loves power. So if there is someone who is going to get into the presidency that will never restructure, it is him. Because if he restructures, that means he loses power. This is obvious. You don't have to have a PhD in human psychology to see that. So I don't know which politicians you're talking about, but I guarantee you, even a recent poll in TVC, Tinubu lost to Payo. TVC is his freaking channel.
And they deleted it. They quickly deleted that poll. Yeah.
He lost.
So is that not them worshiping him like a god? Why did they leave it there?
No, it's his station. He owns the station.
Oh, okay.
So, does he have the most noise? Absolutely. It's the same thing here during the last election when everyone was... I would go to the gym, you see Trump supporters everywhere with their flags, they'll be on the street, they make the most noise. Did he win? No, he didn't. Noise doesn't mean anything. It just means you have a very, very, very active base. And Tinubu has a very active base. That is all that is.
So what you are saying is that Nigerians don't worship their politicians.
I don't know if that's a trick question, but I thought I just answered.
No, it's yes or no. Is yes or no?
No, they do not.
Okay.
Yes, I think I want to support Ayo in that respect. The only problem that Nigeria have is that majority of Nigerians doesn't come out to vote. That is the problem. They don't come out to vote, and the little ones that vote, mostly people that cannot really understand how the system works, does not really know the implication of voting for this politician that comes to give them money to vote. So, that is just the problem. It's not that Nigerians, it's not that politicians conquered us, but majority of you and me that are well educated doesn't come out to vote in Nigeria. And the nation is collapsing on them now.
Ajani Koko, I think you overestimate how many educated people are actually in Nigeria. You really do. Because you've been around educated people for a long time. Yes, they may be educated, but they are not exposed. Exposure to is another key thing that they don't have. They will never have because of their lack of access to other countries. Even the countries they have access to, they do not go there. How do you want to expose somebody to this kind of mindset when they've never seen of it, heard of it before? That's another issue. They are educated, but what you are trying to tell them, they've never seen of it or heard of it before. Everybody is
No.
afraid.
The category of people I'm referring to as educated are the middle class
What's their
and the
percentage in
upper class
Nigeria?
Nigerians. They don't really
What's their
vote.
percentage? What
Very
is their
large
percentage?
percentage. Very,
What
very
is
large.
it? What is it?
I don't need to
You
tell you, but I know that for fact. But
you have
they don't vote.
overestimated the
Do you
numbers.
know the percentage of Nigerians that voted compared to those that are
Okay.
registered to vote? Do you know?
Generally, Coco, I've met
Hmm?
plenty Nigerians.
We are under
Let me just
30%
let me just
of
tell you one thing
registered
I've
voters
noticed now.
voted in Nigeria. So you
Generally,
cannot use
Coco,
that percentage to conclude that, oh, politicians conquered Nigerians. No,
no,
we
no.
have few. Yeah.
Let me give you a real life experience. Anytime I meet a Nigerian that has been outside Nigeria for a long time, this kind of conversation we can have it normally. But when I meet a Nigerian that just probably comes out for holiday once in a while, these kind of things that we are saying, no matter how educated they are, they don't even understand what we are talking about. They don't know because of lack of exposure. When they come for a holiday, what's their own business with how the government is
But
or what
is
the things?
that not more the circle that you gravitate around than
Woman, I've been to so many countries. I've met Nigerians in so many countries. It's the same thing. It's the same thing everywhere. I always notice it.
Solid. I wanted to
They
just keep
don't know
quiet.
they
Say,
are
Solid.
talking.
Solid, can I reply to
They don't
that?
know.
To that?
yeah,
Yeah,
come in
yeah.
now, Phil. Yeah, go.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate Ayo for so many analyses they actually put in place here. So most of the thing he talked about was actually most of the things I jotted down, wanted to even bring to this conversation. Before I go back to the aspect of being exposure and all that, it depends on an individual when it comes to that. But before I go on with that, when Baba Akure was saying something, he was talking about this is politically motivated and all that. But I just want to let the world know that is the failure of this government. That's why I'm so happy with what Ayo said. Insecurity in Nigeria, I've always said it before now. And maybe some of those things I'm going to say my answer solid question. Yeah. The traditional way of tackling insecurity in Nigeria is no longer feasible. We are all aware of the advancement in technology. When we talk about artificial intelligence and all of that. In today's world, we use phone. That's what we call the concept of data mining. Nigeria have satellites. We have different telecommunication industry or wherever, where that they can really intercept. I was in Nigeria some years back. I did a research on how Nigeria can tackle this issue of insecurity, whereby we will not build a database that contain a keyword that has to do with all these key attack, all those kind of things. Build a database. Whenever there is a planned attack like this, because they mostly communicate, except it's a single attack, then it will be difficult. But if it's an attack that involves 1 or 2 or 3, 4 persons, they must communicate, whether through phone, WhatsApp, or wherever. In that case, whenever you are having such a communication, your database will flag off a keyword, thereby that call will not be intercepted. They will not start monitoring, they will know the next step they are going to take. Thereby, such a criminal will be apprehended. And again, in Nigeria, because some people are saying Nigeria are not exposed, fine, good, it depends on an individual. I did a course in Nigeria, what we call nature-inspired algorithm. When I came to America this year, I saw something where being developed using those algorithms. That what we call termite algorithm. Nature, each of different natures. We can develop egos. There are some what's it called, drones. You can develop that look like a bell, behave like a bell, that can fly inside the bush, that can monitor these criminals, thereby having assets. Like now in Nigeria now, you say you want to equip police, so you want to do this, you want to do that. There's no technology helping them. There's no body camera. There's no tracking. They are just going there hoping that maybe with your ammunition. It's no longer feasible. So there are so many things we Nigeria need to come up and talk about. That is the reason anytime I talk, I'm talking about human capacity building. Because exposure is not when you come to America that will make you exposed. When I came to America, people who have been in America for the past 5 years, there are some issues I'm discussing with them. They are not aware of it. They have spent years here in America. They don't know what is called artificial intelligence. But there are so many people in Nigeria who are well exposed with this modern day technology. If you go to Benin, if you go to Akure, let me use Benin for example.
Okay, I don't think you understood what I said. I'm not
Okay,
talking about exposure to all
okay.
this kind of. Okay, when I'm talking about exposure, I'm talking about how do I know my government is bad? Is it not by understanding how other good governments work? If I've
You are
never
very correct.
experienced good governance,
You
I
are
would
very
not
correct.
I will not understand. I will not know. I will not. I've not gone through a good system. How would I? What I'm saying is they don't know that they are suffering. That is the scary part. When you try to tell them that this is what is happening, this is why they'll be like, isn't all this now? And I know what's in now. Everybody. That's the response I get. Like, what am
You
I
are right.
getting so riled up about?
You
Like,
are very correct, because what you just
you
said
know,
now
it's the norm.
happens.
What are you saying? So, for example, me, I studied architecture. I had to go through so many history classes about European countries. This kind of thing that is happening in Nigeria, it has already happened in Europe hundreds of years ago. You know, this thing, nothing will change, nothing will happen. The only people that can change anything is our leaders. And until they are not going to do anything until they can get touched. They will just beef off their security. They have enough money for that. They don't care if you have security. They are not there to do anything for the citizens.
Solely.
You
You see,
yes.
I agree with the point you just made now that when people are not exposed to good governance, they won't really understand how it works.
It's
So,
Actually,
almost
but
I don't even think
but
you can tell somebody what good governance is. I don't think you can
I agree
explain
with
it.
Hold on,
you.
It is
Solly.
Let me finish.
Hold on, Solly. Let Ajanle Koko put that point to you. Yeah.
You see, but what of us, millions of us that are southerner in all these advanced countries that have family back home, and we call them, this is the way things work. You people should not vote for this position. You people should not do this. Look this other way. Don't follow these people. Why aren't they not listening? Do you know why? Because they have corrupt mindset like those politicians. So you see those leaders you have are a reflection of who we are as people.
So what is the solution?
Every Nigerians, majority of Nigerians are praying to fraudulently get to such position that those people are occupying so that they can go and loot too. And that is why they don't listen. And that's why you see it across everywhere, at all sectors. People are corrupt. You go to government sector, they want to steal money or make things difficult in such a way it will not work until you bribe them. You go to private sector, the same thing is going on there. So don't you see that something is wrong with us as people? We
Well, we
are
have a corrupt
corrupt.
mindset.
Our mindset is absolutely full of corruption. And what else do I need to say?
So the person that can fix Nigeria has to come to reorientate everybody's mindset. If not, there's no solution that can work.
There is solution. You know
yeah,
the solution The solution
No,
is
we all need
when
the
you
Nigerians
Hold
all
on
need
now.
therapy.
Hold on, Solly. Well, come on, man. Let
One man,
Adam.
your camera is shaking.
Huh?
Your
No.
camera
Yes.
is
Okay. So I was just saying, let Ajale Koko put it to you, and then you counter back. Yeah. So carry on.
the solution is when we have good leadership occupying governmental position from the ground up. That is the solution to the problem. When we have good leadership, good leadership at all level of government, then everything will change.
Ajadi Koko,
So
when you mention
it is.
the word good leadership, in what way? I might be a good leader. I might not be able to, as in the system might not allow me to do something that is right. So I think we need to put the system in place. That is what I just believe.
Yeah, the problem is that our people over there have been overshadowed by this criminal politician, overshadowed in the sense that politicians occupy everything. They have everything at their disposal, and they can strangulate you if you are not falling in line with them. That's number one. And then number two, the media, Nigerian media, maybe we should take the war against the media and the press we have in Nigeria. We should wage war against the press. We should wage war against the politician as well. Maybe if we wage war against the press, maybe that will be more easier for us to win. Because the media that's supposed to be the mouthpiece of the people, that's supposed to be in the forefront, positioning the interests of the people, has failed. And that's why the government is not shaking. During the time of military rule in Nigeria, the media in Nigeria, the press are very vibrant. They shake the military. The military even though they make all draconian law against the press shook them to the ground. But where are the Nigerian press today? They've been bought over by the politician always. You said that politicians are occupying them, or their friend is a very good friend to politicians, so he cannot criticize the politician so much, and they allow the corrupt civilian governments, as they call them, or civilian ruler, to make some draconian law against the freedom of the press. So when you have democracy and you don't have freedom of the press,
sorry, Ajale Koko, to interrupt you. But our engineer suggested that we have a 1 minute silence for what happened in Owo in just this today, really, what we're discussing. So he's recommended a 1 minute silence. So in about a minute or so, we'll get at 12 p.m. exactly. This is what our engineer suggested, and I think everybody wants us to do that as well. So in about a minute or so, we will have to pause to acknowledge that. So, but carry on for 1 more minute here.
Okay. So, but when you don't have the media fighting for your cause, the people cannot win. We cannot win when the media is not leading. So I want to suggest to us, all Nigerians listening around the world, maybe we should take the war against Nigerian media. Let's take the war against Dr. Abati. Let's take the war against other media, even the TVC that you are saying. Let's take the war against them. That it is time for you to stand firm, stand for Nigerian people interests, stand to save Nigeria. Never mind if they're going to close you down. We are ready to fund you. If they close you down, we can set up a GoFund that can pay your salary. Let us do it and save that country once and for all. That is my suggestion. Let us take the fight against them, because this politician, it looked like they are evil and they are not shaky. But the media, if the media stand up against them, I'm telling you, they will shake, and they will shake them to the ground.
All right, thank you.
They won't shake them to the ground.
So sorry, did you hear me? I said on the hour we want to observe a minute silence. So we do that now. All right. All right. Thank you guys for that. I did actually have a better clip set up for that, but I couldn't quite find it. But that's really just to acknowledge what happened today. So yeah, sorry to cut you mid sentence. So back to you. So let's hear from engineer who wants to depart us after this. So engineer, make your closing remarks, and then Solly, make your insertion. Then we have to go to DOG. So sorry if I was a bit abrupt with you, by the way. Solly, but yeah, engineer.
Thank you, woman. And for our people back home who are passing through grief, we just pray that God will continue to console their family, like the lost ones. And we have nothing to say. We all are here abroad. We just have to keep praying. And we believe that God will help their family and God will console them. And for Ayo, Baba Akure, and Co, I sincerely apologize for what happened. I can see the passionate in you, Ayo. I have nothing to say rather than to say so sorry, brother. It could happen in my own place. It could happen in somewhere else. But my prayer is let's just keep the positivity, and God will help us all. Every human being killed in Nigeria is part of us. So let's just keep positivity and let's work hard and let's try our best to understand ourselves. We shouldn't let the leaders to control us or to be bringing enmity in between ourselves. And thank you, one man, for making the platform that makes everyone to know each other. From here, I believe we will start to reason and we will understand ourselves. And tomorrow, by the special grace of God, we may meet each other, and that's where the beginning of the success will come from. And something we need to realize again, I was born Nigeria, and I wouldn't let Nigeria to divide. Instead of Nigeria to go apart, we rather fight the people who they're trying to destabilize us, let them go. Then we stand and discuss how Nigeria will be. So thank you guys, and God bless you all, and happy Sunday to you guys, and have a good morning or have a good night. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, engineer, and thank you for that excellent idea of the 1 minute silence. We might well repeat that 1 minute silence in a moment, because with your permission, everyone, because I had lined up a particular sequence for it, which did not go as quite anticipated, but so I'm just talking to see if I can get that sequence up now before I get back into the room to continue to take the comments. But the 1 minute silence is not just for what happened in Ondo State, but really to all of these incidents just wrapped together. So that was what the 1 minute silence is for. So this is how I had intended to do it. So with your permission, gentlemen, as I wait for this thing to come up. So with your permission, gentlemen, it's only a minute of our time, but let me do it in the manner that I had intended. Just allow the minute, and then we get back to the conversation. And there it is right there. So may their soul rest in peace. That's really all you can say. So thank you, engineer. And then have that comment quickly, Solly. And then I want to go on to, I was intending to go on to DOG, but I'll just go to to Tony first, and then come to you, DOG. But Solly, I stopped you in midstream. Solly, to you.
Yeah, Ajani Kuko was saying that, oh, they have to go and fight their leaders. This one has to do this one. Yeah, what I just wanted to say is, okay, they will do all that gra. At the end of the day, they will just send soldiers to go and meet them now. And then we'll come back here and we'll be acting surprised and expecting reactions from Sully. The history keeps repeating itself in just in different ways, and we always come back to act surprised. They will send soldiers against them and nothing will happen. You know, that's just what I wanted to say.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So Tony, let's take your commentary just briefly, and then we go to Solly to D, I keep mixing to D. Yeah. So Tony, yes, let's hear from you. So let's hear from you, D. Tony, yes, I intended to say Tony. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Today I'm very sad. So I would say, so it's a very bad evening that we just have to console ourselves. So anyway, last night, you remember how I ended up, with my closing remarks. Exactly what happened today. That where there was a point I was begging you to let me express my mind. Then you say, okay, go on, Tony. I can, but so long I don't use abusive words. You can see that we cannot mix water and oil together. There's no way. So if we are the Northerners, we are different people. All what people have been saying since, it's only sorry that I really take his Sunday, because it's very painful that to see that anybody who's living abroad will say that we are not refugees. First of all, how selfish are we then to say that we are not refugees, even though that our color is showing that. And then so we are all refugees. Whether you are born abroad, as long as you are a black person, you are an African, you are already a refugee. Whether you came here on a student visa or tourist visa, 3 months or 3 years after that you try to change or whatever, then you are a millionaire in Europe. You are not a human being in Europe or in Americas. Even those black Americans are not even regarded as part of them. So why how can we be saying that openly here? Then to Oga Ajani Koko, that today it's not for us to be talking about voting for the third force or voting in the election. The election should be cancelled. What we should be looking at right now, it is about solution. Which I'll be representing on this platform. That we cannot live together, but but we can still be good neighbors. So the election will not count because those two major parties, the PDP and the APC, they control the system. So because there is no political structure in place also to take care of any chance for newcomers. So there's no point to say that people should go and vote. And then we should then to the other people. We cannot blame our people because we all ran away as a result of this problem. So now, after finding comfort in abroad, we are not blaming our people that they are not doing the right job. Why can't we go back home and participate? Why why can't we? It's very bad to be blaming blaming our people, even though we ran away. We ran away from this problem, and then we want other people to sit back and then fight for us for our future. Now, Nnamdi Kanu have told us that in his lecture, I've been missing his lecture so ever since he has been apprehended. It was my greatest thing, to start of the day, to listen to Nnamdi Kanu. He said that they are coming, they are coming, they have occupied all our forests. So if you guys tell me that that we don't have to be sentimental, why is it that a particular it's a region that is northern Nigeria, they are coming to the south, even though they have the largest portion of the country geographically, they have even the green forest, Sabisa forest, whatever, it's even more than the whole south. Why, so what are they looking for? What are they looking for? What are, so why are they coming to our land? Now they have occupied all the places. Now they want to start now. And the last week we were talking about people releasing some secret. What is happening? That they are coming. They will be sending our, our southern soldiers to the north and bringing the northern soldiers to come and help all those people to eliminate us. And then it really come to play, and the people are still saying that we shouldn't be sentimental. So that's it, woman. So if you have any other question.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Tony. So Tony, let's go from you to DOG. I want to sample everybody's opinion on this particular topic, Tony, before we move on to other topics. So let's go to DOG. So DOG to you.
Well, man, I don't know. It's crazy, and I think number one, our security in our country is so porous. Number two, I agree with Ajani Koko, the media, and I think it's the government. There is no freedom of speech. So at some point, you can't even really blame the media because they will lock them up. It's not about them closing down the media houses. It's about they will arrest people and lock them up, and we've seen several ways they've been trying to they banned Twitter at some point. They're already thinking of banning Facebook and all those things. And I just think it's the government of the day. They are not helping the situation. If it was to be somebody else in power, I think it won't be this bad. At least it won't be this terrible. You know, you think about these things, and I always say this. Sometimes you just think about the situation of Nigeria. As much as I want one Nigeria, but there are things that happen every blessed day in that country that just make you lean towards, okay, maybe it's good we just go our separate ways. Maybe that helps, but still, innocent people has been killed. There is a story about a little girl that came from the US to just visit the grandparents. She was shot dead too, you know. That could have been anybody. It could have been anybody's child who is just looking to go see their grandparents back in Nigeria and all that. So the whole story is just crazy. And I think by now, even if I'm in the governor's shoes, I would have looked for a way. If it's your Amotekun self, all the bushes everywhere now, there is a lot of technology they could use, you know, to start scraping all the bushes and everywhere. Whoever they found, they arrest. Whoever they found, they arrest. And the sad part is, you people will say you arrest bandits, or bandits will come in the name of confession without proper rehabilitation. You're actually recruiting them into your security institutions like the military, you know. It doesn't make sense. Nothing really makes sense in all of that. And the way we are in for it, I'm telling you. And these people, from my own experience, at least as of 2008, I remember I was stuck in the middle of commercial buses going to Ibadan, and they've been robbing to and fro Lagos Ibadan Expressway, and it has been happening since 2008 that I know of. So look how far they've gone, and they've probably masterminded the game and their plan. And now this is just the it to tell us we are here, and they are ready to do whatever they plan to do. We just need to wake up. How we want to even solve this problem, I don't, I can't even envisage anything at the moment to say, okay, maybe this is the way to go, or this is the way to do it. I'm so sad. It's terrible. It's a terrible incident that happened yesterday. It's crazy. It could be anybody, it could be anywhere. So that tells us nowhere in Nigeria is safe. Nowhere. We were saying, I think somebody was even still saying like 2 sections ago, like the south, all these things is not happening in the south and all that. But now they've tell us they're in the south and they can do it, and they will do it, nothing will happen. So where we want to go from here as people, I really don't know, honestly. That's all I could say, honestly.
So, to the narrative that we are a conquered people in the South, people recoil from it because it's not palatable a thing to concede
Yeah, we
to.
can't accept we are
So,
conquered.
but are we not really? And
We
how
we
are
are
we
not
not
we I don't
right?
think
Right.
we are conquered, I just feel the government have too much power, and like I said, the government of the day, they don't even allow freedom of speech. If you say more than you ought to say, you will find yourself locked up. Look at like somebody like Shower. If he says things, they will pick him up. If anybody says things in anywhere, they go and pick them up, and nobody fights for those people. And I think a lot of things has happened, and I don't even like all these lawyers and all that. There are things that happen in that country that I think a lot of top lawyers, well-known lawyers, should have challenged to, and not give liberty to the government of the day that free. But everybody's just doing what they think they should do, Most people are even doing things just to earn themselves money and to clout up and down in
GOG, can
social
I ask you a
media
question?
space. Yeah,
Do you think we are being conquered?
I don't think we are conquered. We are not conquered.
No,
That has
no,
not
we are
been
being, we
conquered.
are being, is,
I don't
you
think we
know,
are conquered. It's just the government. Is
no,
the
no, no, not
it
we are
is.
conquered. Are we being conquered?
I don't agree we are conquered. I don't agree we are conquered. We
No,
just
but
need
that's
more
not what I'm
forces, and we
asking.
need we need we need extra help. What happened at the Lekki toll
Now,
gate?
what
The
is
answer
asking you is, do you think conquest is in process, is in progress?
Yes.
with the government of the day, it's easy for you to say that, and you can tell when the people fight back, a lot could happen. And NSAS is an example. But at the long run, you look at what government of the day is doing, and that's why I said we need a lot of people who could challenge the government too to support the people. And I think this is why it's even hard for revolution to happen in Nigeria, because a lot of people keep quiet too much, and you see them speak to stupid things when it's not even warranted. And as people, yeah, if you look at it, you want to say that, but I don't think we are conquered. I think the people can still do a lot if they want to. It's just the fear. A lot of people are scared because nobody support anybody. I said, like, when they got like all these guys arrested, Sunday Igboho and other, all those people that were going about with him to the bush and other, did anybody even protest like, oh, release him or something? Nobody would do anything, and that's part of the problem we have. And I think it's because people don't get support. A lot of people have died for no good reason in that country because nothing really
Just
happens
to countless,
afterwards.
if they did a poll, if they do a proper body count in Nigeria, we are actually at genocidal numbers now. If they
Because
did a
we've
proper
lost
count,
that, they would have lost count. It's over 50 people killed yesterday
because
now.
they're always on that report. So when they tell you that 70 people were killed in Plateau, then you can add another digit onto that, or at least multiply it
Yeah,
by three.
yeah, and the truth is, we just don't really look into that space because it's not happening in the south. They go to churches in the north and kill people. It's not new. We hear, I see this in the news all the time. They've gone to churches several times in the north and shoot and kill defenseless people for no good reason, innocent people that don't even know you from Adams. You just go to the church, people that are not prepared for things like that. So it's not the first time, it's not the second time. It's just that now that it hits us in the south, a lot of people are now looking at it. Some people here would have heard several times that they go to the churches and shoot people in the north. It's not the first time. So this is their ways, this is what they do. And this is a statement to let us know what we've been saying here, that they've surrounded us. They are there already. So where we go from here as people, I'm totally confused because even the government of the day is not helping the situation at all.
All right, thank you, Dioji. We go on next to Ajanle Koko, but before we go on to Ajanle Koko, I just want to just speak to just a minute about how the platform is going to be evolving. So I'll speak to that and then read the super chats and then come to Ajanle Koko. So going forward, I'm going to be wanting or liking more people to have their cameras on because I'm getting a lot of feedback that people want to see people actually standing by their words. So it's very easy to hide behind an avatar and say all manners of things. But if you hold it fervently enough, then you should be able to stand by it. And for the aesthetics of the presentation, people want to see faces to match those words. So with the exception of maybe Ajanle Koko, I think I'm going to be pushing people really to be having their cameras on as we go forward. So maybe not today, but going forward, that is something I am going to be pushing for. So that, and then and the only person that'll be exempt from that will be Ajanle Koko. So let me acknowledge the super chats as they are coming in. A lot of it pointing to Ayo's conversation from Sonny. From Sonny, yes, he says Ayo, please, the right word is break up there. I think we already addressed that. And then it says, Ayo, please, the ordinary Nigerian is a slave in Nigeria. And this is really harsh words and words that we record, because you don't want to see yourself in those terms, do you? As a conquered person, as somebody subordinate in your own land. But all the accoutrements of subordination is what we are seeing now. Yoruba man in Yoruba land not having sway over the land. This is what we're saying. Ayo, please, the ordinary and Nigerian are slaves in Nigeria. So that is what Sonny thinks, and that is what Sonny said. Sonny still at Ayo. He says, Ayo, please, Nigeria South, Niger Southeast, South, and Southwest had been enslaved. That is why we are all out of the country for a better life. PVC will not change it. So that is what he thinks. So I'm not quite sure why he's suddenly straddling. Over the last few days, he's been on this tonality. Ayo, please, Nigeria Southeast, South, and Southwest had been or have been enslaved. And that's why we are all out of the country for a better life. PVC will not change that. So that is what he was saying to that space where Ayo was giving us his thoughts. Alexander Gomez comes in with his super chart. He says, Southerners are not a conquered people, definitely not, but surely a second, probably third class citizen. I'm not quite sure what distinction there is in those two terms. So Southerners are not a conquered people, definitely not, but surely a second, probably third class citizens. So if you are subordinated, then you are conquered. It's always been that way because of the English. So this is it, a lot of it, really. People say you keep blaming the colonials after nearly 100 years of independence, but they've entangled us so much that to unentangle ourselves, the price of untangling Nigeria is just too heavy for anybody to attempt, unless everybody agrees to untangle, and nobody wants to untangle. So this is the situation we find ourselves. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You are damned either way. So damned, the Nigerians are damned. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. So from Alexander Gomez to the mighty Adan Lekoko. Adan Lekoko, how do we even approach this? I mean, it's just, we've had long enough to look at it, but it doesn't get any more easy to digest.
Well, this is a serious problem that we are confronting, and for us to overcome this problem, the political leaders must take up courage to act, and act very fast. And how can they act? They have to mobilize their people. In the West, we have Amotekun. Amotekun has been doing a great job, even though they are not well armed. They have been doing a great job because most of these criminals that are coming from the north in their truck, in their trailers. I've seen so many videos where they are arrested. They will load some things, a lot of stuff in the truck. They can put some bicycle or cow, and underneath they have arrows, gun, and all these things. Plenty of them, not one or two. AK-47. I've seen various videos like that. Why are they coming down south here with such dangerous weapon? That is enough to tell us that they are up for something evil against our land. What I mean by our land, against us as people. They have a long-term plan for this. So if our governors now don't act fast, as I said earlier, in such a coordinated and simultaneous effort to secure our place.
Ajale Koko, we're losing you somewhat.
Okay, so if these people, if our governors don't act fast by, acting, coming out with a well-coordinated and simultaneous effort in conjunction with our Amatekun, the hunters, the what do you call it? The this local vigilante and all the rest. This is a time that our governors across the West need to put more money into security. They need to fund security, vigilantes, hunters, everything. They are even willing, our hunters, our local hunters are willing to help, but government are not engaging them enough. Government are not supporting them enough. Forget about federal government. Federal government cannot protect us. Governor Otoms have indicated that several times. He said he had been to the what do you call this thing? To the Aso Rock, begging for help from president. President, there's no help coming from the president. So what do you have to do? You have to act on your own. Governors are regarded as number one. They are regarded as security officer of the state. So as a security officer, they have to take bold action with political will to act in defense, in protection of their people. So, but here we are. We as the people as well have responsibility on our own in choosing the right leadership. The people we have as our leaders, in position of leaders, are they true leaders? They are not. They are not your true leaders because they are people that you didn't elect to represent you. The two political parties have a way of selecting some people for you to choose in between. You are not directly involved in the election of a leader from the ground, from the grassroots. You are not directly involved. Right from the party they created to give you, the fraudulent party. So until we have our own party, and how do you have your own party? You must have your indigenous. Nigeria is a country with many nations in it. If you don't have your indigenous party that will represent your indigenous system, party that is ready to defend you as indigenous people on your own land, you can never, if you are looking up to Nigeria, Nigeria is meant for some people. Some people own Nigeria. It's been said several times that some people own Nigeria, and those people that own Nigeria, this is the way Nigeria works. The way Nigeria is, the way Nigeria is running works good for them. It works good for them because they make a lot of money out of it every day, billions. So this is the way it's supposed to work for them, but will not work for the people. They never care of you, the people. So it's a tragedy, one man, but we as people have responsibility on our head to act as well by voting for the right leadership to lead us, and leading us, for us to have right leadership to lead us, is not going to come from these two parties, APC and PDP. They cannot represent you. And that is why you see them not acting, even though that you have them as governors, as your this thing, they are not for you. They are for themselves. So you have to vote for different party. Person that is very consistent. Party that you know that, yeah, they can bring out fearless leadership. People that are ready to fight for you, fight for your interests. It is not easy to fight, but people that must lead you must be ready to die for you and fight for you to live a better life. But you don't have such a people, and we the people are not courageous enough to fight, to vote for such people, and that is why we are suffering. We are going through this suffering, pains and suffering, and it will never end if we don't change. If you don't change a new direction. So that's the way I see it, woman. It's unfortunate. This is we cannot tolerate this. We have to stand up, and we have to do something very fast by not leaving our leaders alone.
Ajanle Koko, does situations like this, incidents like this, does it not tell us just how helpless we are? Because we are coming up with all of these ideas, but none of it really. It's not okay. So we go and vote Shoshowore, we go and vote Peter Obi, but they are not going to give them the government. They are not going to hand it over to them. So we know that because they've vested and invested and done so much that they are not going to hand over to somebody that will hold them to account for all these heinous things that they have done. That's never going to happen, and we cannot wrestle it from them. So I mean, it's a hopeless situation the way I'm seeing it.
Well,
yes, woman, I have a question for Ajani Koko.
No, hold on. Okay. Sorry, let Ajani Koko address that first. Yeah. Sorry, Tony, but let Ajani Koko. Yeah, go on.
You see the way Nigerian, the problem we are facing in Nigeria today is a problem that can be solved at local level. It can never be solved at national level. And that is more reason why we have to look out for local parties that will have the interests of the local people at heart. The representative of those parties must be people that
you have to respond to the question one man ask you. You say, if all these local parties are talking about, would they give them power?
Forget about which power. Forget about power at the top. Look, forget about. You see that power at the top is power that belongs to some people. You people cannot have it. The people cannot have it. But if you people want to have power that will work for you, you must have representative other party, not these two parties. These two parties are connected to the power at the top. And the power at the top does not care about indigenous people at the lower ground, at the lower level. So you must have different parties with representative of people that love their homeland. Forget about the top, the power at the top. Your homeland. Who is that man that can really fight for your homeland the way it is now? That can really mobilize people to go into the bush and flush these people out in any way that is possible. Could you imagine? Nigeria will not allow any state government to have, what do you call this thing? This thing that Teobala was drone. Osun State applied for it to have drone that can monitor their airspace, that can monitor the bush and look at their surrounding. The federal government did not approve it for them, even though that is their power, is their party that is controlling the federal government. They did not approve it for them. What did I tell you? But if you have your own party that is not connected to the useless power at the central, that is ready to face all the consequences that we, the people, we have to protect ourselves, and they set up drone to work so they can know where the location of these people and go in there and flush them.
I think
that is the way it works. You can't continue to beg. You can't continue to beg for protection. You don't beg for protection. You got to take up that responsibility to protect yourself.
Okay,
but in Nigeria, you have to be begging.
Can I interject?
Please,
hold on. Let Teobala go first,
Okay.
and then sorry. Actually, Teobala, let Tony go first because Tony was.
The reason why, because I want to quickly respond to Adekoko's submission.
Okay, carry on. But quickly,
because you asked a very good question. If these small parties, whatever, win power, will they give them power? Which is very, very crucial and very vital point. And my submission to that is that the people is what that will determine if they really want the power or not. If everybody can come together in unity and work, unanimously fight these people, definitely.
How possible is that?
Okay, one man, you from maybe Yoruba land, maybe me, I'm from Sasa, and other people like that. We have, when I mean, not just you as an individual.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah,
everybody coming together. They are not strong enough. They cannot.
Yeah, but how possible is that?
It is when it is clear. For instance, now maybe we are not clamoring for show warrior, we are not.
Sorry, Teobala. There's a reason why I'm asking how possible that is. You see, what usually happens within the Nigerian space is that when it's localized to your own space and you are pushing aggressively against the central space, the other regions of the country, if that particular instance that has led to your agitation, if it doesn't affect them, they are either ambivalent to it or they are pushing back against you. So it's almost impossible to have a coordinated mass of Nigerians to go against the state, especially when you have, you know how ethnic we are in Nigeria. When your person is in government, you would see anything that pushes against the central space as a push against your ethnicity. So that was why I'm asking if it's ever possible for Nigerians as a mass to try and wrestle the country back from.
Whenever thought NSAS would have been possible in Nigeria. As in, it was.
Did we not have a counter protest in the north?
No, I'm just as in. We never experienced such thing before. With people in a Delta, Edo, Lagos, they were all coming together. With one voice. If, for instance, maybe the people the youth are clamoring for now eventually get this power.
Did we have a counter protest in the north in NTAS?
Of course, yes, we do.
Is that not the point? That's the ethnic divide, isn't it? That would
because it's that person that is in power.
Well, yes, and if it was a Yoruba man and they are protesting in the north, then the Yorubas will say no. Why did you protest under your? This is just what happens, isn't it?
Okay, and in addition to that, Ajale Koko raised another point that all these political whatever should go and have their local base and all that. You don't have say as far as federal government is there. No matter what you do, they will shut you down that 1 minute. They will send soldier no matter the political party. They will send soldier against you there. That will be the end. So the only thing I believe we can do is for us to come together as one voice. And I also want to use this medium as in. It's really so painful that this government, Buhari, if we are to be in a safe community, there's also a resign by now, especially Osinbajo. Reason be that Osinbajo mates, they went to law school together, is in captivity. He has not been released there. Now Osinbajo's land has been held, it's so painful. Why am I saying this in essence that at least we need to push these people hard for them to know their responsibility and save the people of Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Before I go to Tony, let's hear from Sunday, just to record your thoughts. I don't think we've heard from you at all, Sunday. So Sunday, do you want to say a few words, Sunday?
Yes. Thank you so much. If you're on this call, we can just slide so that this is a very important and sensitive topic. So that it gets to many people, just like and share for the benefit of Nigeria. So what I want to say today is very sober reflection in Nigeria. Everybody has the chipping in a very, very good point, starting from security, the media, but what I see is number one, we need to have a country that is based on the rule of law. What is happening in Nigeria is there are some certain laws that goes for certain people or for certain class. So like what Bala was saying about demanding power, we need to know, or we need to enlighten the masses or the people that power belongs to them. For example, we I don't know how often they hold local government elections in Nigeria, but yet every local government chairman, as I heard, according to my research, they give them 100 million naira every month for what I don't know, and most of the time they are not even in their local government. So the people in that community need to demand that as a local government chairman, if you are not in the community, if you are not in your local government for 1 week, you are fired. They fire you, like the people fire you, not even. So when they start seeing all these small, I call it like, demand for power, like if you are not, because if you are a local government chairman, you need to be in that community, you need to be in that locality. So if they don't see you for 1 week, say you are abroad or something, you are gone the next day. That's what's happening all over the world. So you cannot be governing people that, and then they have to be holding. So they need to demand that, hey, we need to hold this, and our local government elections are coming. We need to hold this local government election no matter what. So I believe that's where we can start. Then security also, we need to have what they call. I know we have a Ministry of Interior, but they don't do anything. We need to have Homeland Security, because that's what is really causing all these things. Like, nobody in Nigeria know who is who. Somebody will just come out, and then there's no database, there's no ID, reinforcement, all those kind of things. The police, they are not even trained, they don't even know the law before they are enforcing the law. Somebody just get out of high school or primary school or GSS3, and the next minute is the police. So they are not properly trained, so they cannot even face these people, and they are called law enforcement. They don't even know the law. The policeman stop you in the street, you ask him what does this. Nobody even know the constitution. So all those things need to be really, in short, we need to reject everything, because like say in primary 5 or 6, they need to introduce constitutional learning, because like everybody needs to know what the constitution says, including the police. I don't think half of them even know what the constitution says about concerning most of the things. And now education too is the problem. For the people to know that, hey, we need to do this, power belongs to the people, they need to be educated, because we cannot, like, if you look, we are not developing at a general pace. That's why some people are up there, some people are down there. So, or some sections of the country are up, some sections are down. So it is really, derailing the development of Nigeria. So we really need to do something. Thank you again for this opportunity. You are really doing a good job, and don't get tired. We are behind you. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Why are you wearing a suit on a Sunday, though?
Oh, I just come back from church, so on my way back, I was listening on my phone, so I just
all right, brilliant. So this is now the bar to me. So I have now to go and suit up as well. So it's a serious matter, and serious men are talking. So thank you for that insertion. Stay with us still. We want to hear more from you. But as we go on then to so who were we with just now? I think we were with Ajanle Koko. So we go back to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko,
you was about to go to Tony anyway. Sorry.
Oh yes, you had the question for Ajanle Koko, Tony. Yes, so Tony, put that question to Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, sir. So you have somehow asked and answered the question that was regarding this the election, people that will conduct the election, whether it's going to matter or not. You already said that if anybody wins, that the person, him or her, cannot carry out his or her duty because of the vested interests that are controlling us. And then meanwhile, and then there was that the question you asked before, which I didn't answer, whether we are conquered or not. We are totally, we have been conquered, ever since independence, or since long time ago. So when people say that we're not conquered, they just try to be living in denial. So we have been, we have been conquered, and that is why we are spread, across, across the whole world. You see that the other day you were saying that people were saying that it is very good that Nigerians are the most brain people in the, in the, diaspora. But it would have better if we go back home to contribute to our, to our economy. And then you also talk about the bushmeat, which are, so I was opportunity to answer you that day about the bushmeat. Now they are
What
banning
bushmeat?
bushmeat, and that they want to stop the killings and the eating of bushmeat in Nigeria. So there was also a topic, regarding that last time, which I was unable to contribute to.
No,
So
no. Well, so sorry. I want us to stay with the topic of the day, but
I know,
yeah.
yeah, just to for just briefly that if actually there's a government in Nigeria, they would have been looking for setting setting up some alternatives like poultry production, piggery before they can start doing that. So we have been conquered because we cannot. So we have been conquered. Thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. So let's go back to Ajanle Koko to round off his thoughts on his talking points. Then we go to Soli and then Theobala. So Ajanle Koko, back to you. You were just you were just alarming at what went on in Owo.
Yes, and my reason for calling on us to go for our indigenous party to vote regionally is because in our political history, in the First Republic, we had regional party. The party worked well for the people of their region. The leaders that you have then are people that love their region, love the people of their region, and promoted the interests of their region. Same thing we had in Second Republic. We all had a regional party. Awolowo UPN work well for Yoruba people. Nnamdi Azikiwe MPP work well for Igbo people's interests. Same we have in the north. We have ERP in Kano. I don't know if I get it right. Work well for the people of Kano. And Kano, it work well for them. We have GNPP in Gongola, work well for the people of those regions. And APN, we had it, the party of Nigerians that we regarded back then as people that love themselves, the interests of themselves. To some extent, work well for some the state that they govern, because they have their ideology. Each party have their ideology, and they stand by their, and they follow, they work in line with the ideology of the party. But since we started in 1999, as this political party work well for you Nigerian people, this they call national party that, all Nigerians, let's come together as one people. So since it's not working, why can't we try something that worked well for us in the past? That is the only way we can get it right in that country. If we don't go that regional line, regional party, regional people that really believe in the true preservation of the interest of your people, you cannot get it right. What you see that happened in PDP, the way they smack down Wike, is what will continue to happen to your interests. The people that have the larger number, they have the larger local government than you. They have it on record today that they have more population than you. Of course, when did we have the last population? Did we have accurate population? They have everything being manipulated by the military to work for some section, some part of the country. against some other part of the country, this is the way you'll be lamenting, calling for, power rotation, you'll be fighting. Look at the way Tinubu is crying on the TV the other day because he wanted the power to shift, he wanted to have the power. So this is the game we'll be playing. A nation that play politics like this can never develop. So our problem is political. We got to solve it politically in such a manner that can work well for us. And that is regional party that work for the people of that region and advance it to the highest level that they know that we work well for them. That's my position, one man. This system is a war system. That is why you don't have development. That's why you don't have infrastructure. That's why your hospital doesn't work. That's why you don't have pipeline water. That's why you don't have security, because everything is centralized. You can break it up. You are calling for, what do you call this thing? Restructuring. They're not giving you. Restructure yourself now. Look for your regional party. Let Igbo people look for their regional party that can work well for Igbo people. Let the South look for their own party that can work well for them. Let Yoruba have regional party that can work well for your people. Look at when Afenifere had AD is what do you call this, Tinubu, that destroyed that AD in order to create his own political empire for his own selfish political ambition. So it's working for him. Look at Abga. Who are the people that killed Abga that will have been controlling and promote the interests of, is it not Igbo people themselves? All the politicians in these two parties, they are the one that never let it work. Look at, what do you call the former governor of Imo? Rocha Sokorocha. Was it not from Abga that he moved to this thing? Look at your Peter Obi. Is it not from Abga that moved to that criminal party, destroying Nigeria, and now, because he cannot realize his own ambition, jumping out to say he's forming useless Labour Party. Look at other regions in the South. Is it not the same thing? So you cannot continue to cry. Some people are taking you as slave, or some people have conquered you. You are not, nobody conquered you. It's your people that are conquering you, your selfish leader that are conquering you people for their own selfish interests, political interests. So until we come to the realization that let us do away with them, that is when we will begin to see things work for us. And the only way to do it is by breaking up these two parties. Never vote for them. Look another way. Look for your indigenous party that can work for you, and that's when we start to solve the problem. God will the soul of those that we lost today. The Almighty God, what am I going to say? I don't even know what to say. I'm badly hurt, man. I don't even know.
Yes, the words can't come. It's just it's too much, isn't it? It's just too much. That's just it. That but it's not new, Ajanle Koko. But it's just that it's upon us now. Is the thing. Just the other day, and then the day before that, and then the day before that, we're just doing endless body count in the north.
Are we not feeling it now?
Yes,
when Governor Otom was saying
crying,
that he cannot even is John Thomas cannot even wake up in the night.
Yeah.
Every one of us were laughing at him. Now it has hit us now. We are crying. Look at the way we are crying. We are short of words. We can't even talk straight anymore. It is a big problem that we need to ask. The leaders must act, and we must act fast. Not these people.
This problem has been in situation for a very, very long time, Ajanle Koko. But have you seen sufficient? If you see visibly that efforts have been made, then you can understand that the problem is proving very difficult to surmount. But are you seeing anything that gives you the confidence that efforts are actually being made to address this? Are you seeing anything that says that they want this to stop?
No effort is being made. No effort is being made to put the situation under control. And the inaction of the government strengthen these people every day in and out. And that is why government is so incapable of crushing them, because government have allowed these people to expand. They've allowed them to have more weapons, and they are by giving them a stronger position against the government now. The government doesn't have enough personnel to go after them simultaneously or in a coordinated manner around the country. Government have lost it. Nigerian government have lost it. They can't conquer these people.
We are not shocked of security outfits in Nigeria, Ajanle Koko. We are not short of security outfits. We have DSS, we have SSS, we have OFS and all the SEs. We have the police, we have the army, we have army intelligence, we have Navy, Air Force. We have more than countless accoutrements of security organizations, all of them heavily and generously budgeted for. So what's going on?
We don't have enough security to protect the geographical landscape of Nigeria. We don't have the police that we have. Do you know how many politicians we have around the country, right from the local government up to the presidency? You know how many police that govern, that protect the chairman, protect commissioners, protect governor, protect senators around the country. All of those have taken maybe half or 3/4 of the entire police personnel in terms of securing them and their family. So how many do we have on the ground to secure us? Police cannot even protect the people anymore, because police cannot go after these people. They are ill-equipped, they are ill-funded, and they are not motivated. They don't have all the wherewithal to conquer these people, just because of selfish leaders that have security for themselves but don't care about the security of life and property of the people they govern. So the army themselves, we don't have enough boots on the ground. We don't have enough military. That is why you see all these criminals coming with their cattle right from Chad, right from Niger, right from Sahel, moving into free land, unprotected border. Everything is free. They are coming here. They are all over our bushes. And they are coming to kill our people every day. Look at the way they kill people, slave people every day in the northern part of Nigeria. We're in a big mess. We don't have security. And any country that doesn't have security cannot progress economically.
Why don't we have security, Ajanle Koko? We're the 25th, certainly the top 27 largest economy in the world. We're a superbly wealthy country. There was never a time that a security bill got to the Senate that it wasn't immediately approved. So why don't we have security?
Well, why we don't have security is embezzlement of funds and corrupt practices that have been perpetrated by politicians. They actually voted for security, but where are the arms? Today, do they use those funds to buy arms, or they stash it away in their different personal accounts across the world? And that is the problem. There's
Is that you,
Can I
Charles? Yeah.
interject?
Yeah. So that question of
come in, Charles, then Babakure. Yeah, go for
to that,
Charles. Yeah.
to that question of why does it have the security? It's the same problem. Nigeria has, even from that first act 99 when we had the oil boom and everything, it seems as if our politicians have just gotten carried away. Our population has been rising in geometric progression, while in terms of infrastructure, in terms of development, it has been in an arithmetic progression. We've never, in some ways, and we can see it with the lack of infrastructure. You don't have roads to cater for your population. You don't have a train system. You don't have water. You don't have electricity to cater for the rising population growth. And instead of these politicians to continually pumping money into looking at making up for these loopholes in our infrastructural development, security deficits, they are busy keeping the money to themselves and stashing it. Like Ajele Koko said, it's all corruption. And again, I was like thinking about it that when we came together in 1914 as a South and Northern Protectorate, I don't know where the South got it wrong. These Northern people have clearly orchestrated this country to where we are. When they were merging those two protectorates together, the British said that the reason for bringing the South together and the North was because to make up for the high budget deficits in the North, as in they didn't have enough infrastructure and capital to take care of. They had a very high budget deficit, and the South was highly rich. We had surplus, so they just decided that okay, let's merge these two together. Down the line, we've had a countless amount of military regimes. We've had the northern military heads of states coming in, dividing the South in terms of creating the South states out of the Southeast, doing divide and rule. Down the line, it turned from us using our resources to, okay, let's do you a favor and even help you. They've taken that resource from you, claimed it as their own, and now we're the ones begging them that, please, can you help us to be president? Let us give us part of these resources now. They're now the ones determining what to do with the resources. They now have the population automatically. I don't know how that's and it all comes down to the South. To be honest, the Southern politicians are the ones responsible for where we are because they have sold us out. I don't know what they've done. They've seen the North has painted one corrupt system to them that, you know what, we can continually subjugate you people, and you too, you can subjugate your Southern people, and we share this money together. Because I don't know where we got it wrong. Like I've said before, the Southern state, the only time we can get this thing right, the Southern states to all come together and restructure this. If the North don't want it, because we have the resources. I don't understand how this thing, how we are enslaved mentally. These people, you have the resources, you have the oil, you have all the capital, you have all the revenue, and these people have completely taken everything from you and dominating you on the grounds of we have a larger population. Like we've said in this platform multiple times, even if they give us, you know what, let us turn the tables around. Let the North give us that power, that let us have the power in the South for 10 years. Let us be the ones choosing presidents. Let us be the one being on the driving seat of this country. We will change this country around. But when we leave an educated northern bunch to contrarily be making decisions for us, choosing presidents for us, controlling resources for us, the only way we can sort this problem out, though, honestly speaking, is either the South come together as a union and restructure this country by force. If it's by saying, oh yeah, no oil, no nothing, let all of us, Kukuma, the people that will go hungry is you people now. Do you understand? And restructure this country, or if we allow these people to continually bossing us around, I'm sorry, we are nowhere in sight. Infrastructurally, we are deficit. Security-wise, we are deficit. We are nowhere.
All right, well put. I mean, there's not much to disagree with in that. Adanle Koko, or do you disagree with Charles?
Well, no, I don't. I don't disagree with him, but it's just the fact we are just throwing out the fact there, people. But my position, the only thing I will disagree with in what he's saying is that we decide let's work together. It can't work. We have been trying to work together. It can never work. Let everybody work in a different way. Let Igbo promote their own party for their own peculiar situation and system that will work for them. Let Yoruba work their
sorry,
own.
Teobala. Let's hear from Baba Kure after Baba Ajale Koko.
So let Yoruba have their own farm party that will work for them. If we want to work together, we can work on a partnership based on agreement for national interest, and that's a different ballgame. For primarily, let each region hold their region tight politically with leaders that we work for their interests, and that's the only way. And I've told you the history. When we had it in the First Republic, we all run it regionally. It worked well for the people, for our people. Same as Second Republic, it worked well. It was when Babangida introduced the idea of two-party, that corruption, monetization, and corruption into political process, monetization into our political. That was when it crept in, and that is since then it has developed into what we never imagined it can happen in our lifetime. Look at the way they share dollar in PDP convention. Not even our own currency, but dollars. Wike was sharing dollar. Atiku was sharing dollar. Why are they sharing dollar? You think they're stupid? They want to get to that position because they know when they occupy that position, they occupy everything. They own everything in Nigeria. They own the political space. They own the economic well-being of the country. They own all the resources of the country. The resources of the country ownership belongs to the office of the president. You can't continue with this system. Let us look for our indigenous party that can work for us. From there, we can start the conquering of these people. We can save ourselves out of this problem we are facing. This is my own.
Sorry. Let's hear from Baba Kure. He wanted to come in, but let Ajande Koko land. Ajande Koko, let's hear from Baba Kure. I think he wants to insert something here.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. I think Ajande Koko is one of those that I think we have to correct some statement that we are making. I don't know, maybe we are afraid of call a spade or what. Because I see so many times we'll be mentioning that, it is the Fulani from Niger, it is the Fulani from Sahel and all kind of things. And I think it will be very difficult for somebody to come to your house and attack your house without insider. Now, we heard so many times from Bala Muhammad that, when Fulani can come from anywhere in the world, they are still Nigerian Fulani. So to me, maybe we are trying to dodge ourselves from making statements. I'm not saying that all Fulani in Nigeria are criminals. And I'm not saying that all herdsmen in Nigeria are terrorists or bandits. But there is some Fulani herdsmen in Nigeria that is involved in this. So we cannot really say, this bandit or this Fulani herdsmen, they are from Niger, they are from Chad. And so that is what I want us to correct. So that is what I want to say. I know a lot of people have been saying that too, not Ajande Koko alone. But we need,
and they've been saying it for a long time.
Exactly. It is not like that. I don't believe that. I'm not saying and I think the reason why we are saying this is that why we are trying to dodge that is that we used to S-men that used stick and used to control their cow and stuff like that. But Fulani from Niger cannot just come to Nigeria or Sudan. Just come to Nigeria and just behave anyhow without some herdsmen, Fulani herdsmen in Nigeria that is controlling them or join force with them to attack people.
Thank you. Can I
Yes,
respond?
Baba Akure, I think yes, there's no way a foreigner will come and know our villages and everywhere we live without the collusion with insider, without having an insider among us doing that. Yes, I want to agree with you. But the problem we are saying is that Fulani sees themselves as one people. Example is what you gave about the governor of Bauchi saying that all Fulani can come into Nigeria. That's a very restless statement. How can all Fulani come to Nigeria in a country that does not belong to only Fulani, that belongs to all of us? So, but if we have a system that works, particularly a system in our own area that works for us, we can easily go into that bush and flush those people out. How can you have some people that you don't know living in your forest? That is danger for you. But if you want to go and pursue them now, Nigerian state, we want to go after you. But if you see people that are really committed into, protection of their people, they can go in there. They will do everything to make sure that they get themselves safe. They will not wait for Nigerian state has failed. It cannot protect you. What do you have to do? Do you have to keep waiting for Nigerian state to protect you? Go inside there. And the only people that are courageous to do that is when you have people that are really representing you, not people with money bags, sponsoring themselves, using money. You people have to involve. You must have our own indigenous party that will be participating. We will donate money to fund the way they fund political party in advanced country. You don't see one person bringing all the money to buy people. It's not possible. But as long as we believe in this monetization politics and money bags politics, we cannot get it right. And that is the way Nigerian state wants it. It worked for some selfish leaders in Nigeria that are crying all over the place for presidency, that are jumping from pillar pole to pole. It worked for them, but it doesn't work for Nigerian people. We are different people. I am not an Igbo man, and I can never be an Igbo man. Do you want
to be an Igbo man?
No, I don't want to be an Igbo man, and I don't expect Igbo man to be a Yoruba man. The way we see things is different. Our perspective. Hold on. Our way of life is different. The same with people from the south. We are different people. We could look the same. We could have the same skin color, but the way we reason, our cultural background, our religion and everything, we are different people entirely. And that's the fact. And the way we structure our society right from time immemorial, it's different. The way Yoruba govern themselves traditionally is different from the way Igbo govern themselves traditionally. We are two different people. Until we go back to base, to our own indigenous interests, people that can promote our indigenous, until we go there, that is when we will start to get it right. But the way it is, you're trying to work everything to, okay, let's work together, the whole Nigeria, it can never work. It can never work for us as people. And the history is there to affirm that when we are operating on regional interest, regional politics, that was when everything worked for us as people. That's my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. It looks as though this somewhat there's a newspaper that is reporting a victory for Osinbajo, but we probably leave that for tomorrow's session. There's a newspaper that is reporting the victory for Osinbajo, and Buhari saying that APC set for third presidential victory. So we monitor that. But I want to start to document all the voices that we've not heard from yet. So I'll start off with Solly, go to Theobala, and then have Pansat, and then so that everybody would have had a turn. So, Solly, are you still there? And you know what we're talking about, so do you want to share your thoughts? All right, we don't appear to have Solly anymore. So, Theobala, your thoughts?
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I wanted to address some issue Ajali Koko have been talking about. I want a situation whereby when you are talking, you stand by your word. You talk against Osinbajo, you talk against Tinubu, you talk against Atiku, you talk against Peter Obi, and I know sometimes you talk in favor of Showore, but I want from now, if you are supporting the Showore, make it clear to everybody and make a case for him. Like, this is the reason I want this guy, this is the reason I want this guy, so that the crowd you are looking for, they can follow you with your reasons. Please, that is just my aspect for that. And with what in the other aspect of it, we have been saying it here, the solution to Nigeria problem is regionalization, which is devolution of power to different states or different regions.
Sorry, let me apologize quickly for something I just said. I was just looking at that article so please, anybody that's still listening, Nigeria's vice president and one of the frontline aspirants for the APC presidential ticket for 2023 election, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, has won a Twitter poll. So I just saw the headline. So it's Twitter poll, not the actual ticket. So, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Devolution of power, that is the way to go. And you telling everybody for regionalization of party, whatever things you are doing at the local level or at the state level, is the federal that controls everything in the states. Whether being state policing, they are even clamoring for now, until they approve it at the federal level. Before the state cannot be thinking of what's the way forward, how they're going to go about it. My whole point here now, if you watch very well now, we have a very big hurdle to cross now, come 2023 election. We have APC on the ballot, we have a PDP, we have a NNPP, we have a Labour, and maybe AAC issue will eventually come on board. The point we are saying here in essence is that if whatever things we want to get now, it's now we are going to start talking about it. It's not just complaining. We have complained enough. What is the way out? We have complained enough. What's the way out? And if you want the solution for so and so person, let you make a case for it, so that people will be start clamoring for the person. And I want you to also want a situation whereby we should stop castigating against individual, because Ajali Koko made mention of one statement that Wike is sharing dollar.
Do you want to leave Ajale Koko's opinions and give us yours? That's Ajale Koko. That's how he sees it. How do you see it?
Okay, fine. My whole point is that thank you so much for that. The point here is that I want every Nigeria to come on board. The situation we are facing in Nigeria is no longer feasible. We are not happy with it. Let's come together, support a man who we believe can help us move this Nigeria to a better nation, to a state or whatever. And I want to use this medium to tell Osinbajo to resign his position. People are being killed on a daily basis. He should resign his position as the vice president of that country. His own cosmate is intention. Has been kidnapped over.
Why does the burden fall on Osinbajo and not the president himself?
Is that what?
I said, why does the burden of resignation fall on Osinbajo and not the president himself?
Thank you. That is where the aspect of integrity comes in. If you see that your government or your principal is not doing anything well, maybe you are giving advice, he's not listening, then you have to resign that position, because it's not aligned with your own person. That's just on the flip side. Meanwhile, we Nigerians should come together and let's support a viable candidate. We believe we not steal our money, and we know that person. There is no other way. As far as I'm concerned, is the person of Peter Obi. And we the SAT, the Yoruba, the SAT is the South, even the Northerners are feeling the pains. Not because, we are feeling the pains. Let's take off these useless political party, whether PDP or APC. They have killed us. We need to remove them from power and unanimously vote one party, whether Showore or Peter Obi.
So where is your vote going? Are you just adding Showore as an appendage?
The
Not to
reason why
say
I'm adding Showore is that my vote will never go to Showore as far as in this 2023 election will concern.
right.
It's going to Peter Obi.
Because why is there a better option?
Fine. The reason it's a better option is because we have issue on ground, and he's speaking to the issue directly.
As a Showore also is.
Fine. That is the more reason I'm including the body. That is the aspect I'm trying to link up with Ajale Koko. If, for instance, he's making a case for him, it will be getting more momentum. Like we are seeing the kind of a momentum Peter Obi is getting today now. Maybe because the people are making a case for him. That is the aspect I'm talking about. And we are clamoring for this regionalization. The reason why people are suffering today, or we are complaining, I'm from Igbo, I'm from West, I'm from this, I can never be Igbo, I can never be this and that, because of the way the government have treated us. We now see ourselves as different people. We are not like that. We are one Nigeria as far as that umbrella is still concerned.
All right, one Nigeria. So one Nigerian is from the south. Are you from the southeast? I was going to say, yeah. But no, you are not. We are from the south, aren't you? So, so one Nigeria.
One man. Sorry. There was one thing I want to just say before you cut me off the other time. Please, sir. Only one. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. To Ajani Koko, my brother, the Igbos and Yorubas, we can work together forever because we don't go to each other forest to kill each other. We don't kill each other in Lagos. We don't kill each other in Onitsha. We don't kill each other in Benin or whatever at the Port Harcourt. So please, we South Nigeria, we are one people. Please, Ajani Koko. So I wanted to,
not a lot of people share. Not a lot of people share that opinion with you, Tony. And it's not because they dislike each other. I think we've been on that topic just so many times. Just especially if we say the Igbos and the Yorubas. They've lived in close quarters, and on an individualistic level, they have some sort of a relationship. But really, I'm not, and I don't know, but I don't see that. I think the egos is too big from both tribes for them to really have any long term anything.
No, because even our one of the political leaders in the South Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu, have already said that we are one.
Forget now. Who are you? Who is Nnamdi Kanu to say to? Is you're Nnamdi Kanu going to tell me I know your man? What is or what is not? What value is his opinion to somebody like myself for me to give it any fleeting thought?
That we should build the bridges.
No. Did you hear what I said? What value is somebody like Nnamdi Kanu's opinion to somebody like myself from Oyo Alaafin for me to give it any consideration at all?
Okay. Because he said that there was a danger approaching us that is looming, that's why we should unite. That is sorry.
Tony,
yes,
Nnamdi Kanu never called for unity. He is calling for Biafran separate lands. That is what Nnamdi Kanu represents. He never called that, Yoruba and Igbo, let us unite. No.
I'm not even sure why anybody is giving any value to.
No, I
don't give value to what he has to say. It's not for me. What Nnamdi Kanu has to say is not for me. It's for his own people. And fair enough, I respect that for his own people, but it's not for me.
But the latest from him before he was arrested, when he was still active, he said that as long as the Edo Delta people are connected to Yoruba, and then the Edo Delta people are connected to the Igbo, he said that it should be the leaking spot. That's why he was begging, and then he apologized.
Don't worry about Nnamdi Kanu. I think we give too much airtime to
he apologized. He apologized for
nobody cares. Nobody cares. I don't care. I don't know who cares, but I certainly don't. Nnamdi Kanu, good luck to him. I don't hate him. Of course I don't. And I respect what he's doing for his own people. And, it's a real... I respect him and I admire him, for what he's doing for his own people. that's a lot of bravery. He's putting his life on his line for his own people. But he has no determination of what obtains in Yoruba land or how a Yoruba person thinks. He's not of that space or for that space or from that space. But thank you. Let's go to Pansat and hear from him. Pansat, we're talking about what happened in Owo. I'm sure you're aware.
I am aware, and it's a very sad day to be honest with you. And I don't know what we're gonna do, but we do have to do something. This is unacceptable. I mean, it's a massacre in a church. But on the side there, it's funny that we're gonna leave that to talk about what I generally could call, put in a nutshell, and of course, one man is supporting it, which is talking about Igbo Yoruba today. That's what we're talking about right now.
That's not what we're not talking about. And please don't raise your voice. Tony brought up a topic which we discussed briefly, but we're taking commentaries on what is a somber moment. So we want that tonality just to respect the moment. Yeah,
it is a somber moment, but I'm not, as a man, gonna sit here, come in here with a different mindset, and then have you dumbing down on our people, like Nnamdi Kanu.
How have I done that?
It's implicit in what you're saying. I mean, we are not different. The country runs by law, constitution, all that. The Yoruba and the Igbo, there's no difference. We're not going killing anybody. We're gonna compete. There's a tribal thing. All that's good. There's a difference here and there, but we can form a unit. For a guy like me, who's
I said I respect what Nnamdi Kanu stands for. What he does for his own people, I have great admiration for the man, but he's not for me. He is for his people.
All right.
I see him within the context of his own people,
right?
And it's nothing to do with me.
I understand.
But I respect his journey. Of course, I respect his journey.
Man, you are too learned to be talking like that. That is not an issue. Just hear me out. Think about it. I know maybe a lot of the times. We're bantering around, we're joking around.
No, let's not banter around.
This is a serious moment, like we said. Nnamdi Kanu was fighting his own way.
All right. Let me go to Aizon. I'll come back to your Nnamdi Kanu, whatever, but I want the focus on just an important thing that is not an important thing, but a real human, a tragedy that's happened today. So I don't want. Do you have thoughts on that? If you want to share it with
us.
I
said. Yes, that is a sad day. They're not 10 foot tall. These are punks and crips. Okay, when American citizens were kidnapped by them in another country and brought to Nigeria, the United States at the time under Trump used the X and Y coordinates and was able to go there and deal with them. These people are uneducated kids, violent terrorists running around. The Nigerian government can decide to capture all of them today if they want to. But obviously, not even a segment of the security apparatus could say, okay, let's do it on our own because everything is under their people by design. All right? So we've seen it before. We saw it in Somalia. We saw it in Rwanda, especially Rwanda. The United Nations will not do anything until the indigenous people of Nigeria decide to do away with these people. And they will call it genocide. It happened over there where the Tutsis go out there dominating the Hutus and Rwanda and take up all the government jobs and all the money and they were just dealing with those people until all those people got together one day and decided to deal with them, the minority. So it's the same thing that's going on in Nigeria. So I guess if we are going to be having people go into a church and kill tens, 20s, 30s, and the government doesn't go after them, some people should have been caught by now. You could commit a crime, but it doesn't end right there. Just because you committed a crime this morning, we should come with force to come and get you. Even if some people who are innocent are swooped up in that operation, that should be combing of that entire forest, because you cannot go to a church and shoot innocent people like that. And the United Nations should take note of what's going on, because what they're doing is very easy to see. Okay, the Buhari administration put in a very lusty, beautiful Fulani woman over there at the United Nations that has got that secretary wrapped around her finger. So no matter how many people are killed in Nigeria, the United Nations doesn't do anything about it. So not only do they have the security apparatus in Nigeria wrapped up, the army, the police, and all that, they even at the United Nations. How many Fulanis do you have? So we can't, this is totally different from everything else we've seen. You can't go there and kill that many people. We need to have some arrests right away. They could do that, but it's time now for our law enforcement to swing into action. We need some arrests. A bunch of these people should be caught. They are not sophisticated. Nobody's just gone after them, that's all. And how could you not? The Catholic Church, you can't sit there and have this diocese be on the massacre. You don't do anything about it as a Catholic Church. We're helpless in Nigeria. It's not that we're stupid, we're just helpless. Because of our oil, these people have rendered us completely affected. There's nothing we can do unless we really go hardcore. And I'm telling you, these people should be arrested right away. These people should be arrested right away. Those people who committed this crime, they should not rest. There should be a massive deployment to capture the kind of people that do this kind of stuff. So I'm very sad. I'm very sad. I'm very upset. Okay, I'm pleading with the Catholic Church. There's no other way for us to make progress but to have some of these non-state actors intervene, because the United States administration or Biden administration, I don't know if it's overwhelmed, because the United Kingdom's ambassador to Nigeria is in charge of all these missions. There's nothing the US mission can do. I don't care if they rig our elections. All they could do is to come out and talk some kind of nonsense and warn them. You can't have people go into a Catholic church and massacre that many people without, even if it's goats, even if they're goats. These are human beings. So I am pleading with the Catholic Church, the U.S. ambassador, If the United Kingdom wants to change, fine, but I can't count on them. We have to have something done. The Nigerian government do not want to go after these people. They're very easy to catch. They're not sophisticated. They're very easy to catch with any kind of technology. They're supposed to be rounded up for doing this, so that they'll think twice about doing it. So I'm very saddened, upset, and God help us, because this kind of disrespect. Okay, when this Oyibo, the white man, you let things evil like this fester, it usually comes back to bite you in the ass. You shouldn't let this Fulani do what they're doing to the people in Nigeria. You shouldn't let it happen just because of oil or whatever. Take the oil. Don't let these people keep killing our people, because it's gotten to unacceptable proportions right now. Why? What are you getting from it? Because if you wanted the Buhari administration to behave, all you have to do is make a phone call. They'll listen. Okay, they'll listen, no matter what they're plotting and doing. If you don't want it to happen, it will not happen. So that's my plea. I have nothing else to say. One man, thank you for your platform. I don't feel very good.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Pansat. So, well put, Pansat. A man of equal articulation, the man of the isms. Maybe not a day for isms today. Maybe it is, but we hear from him. Aizon, good to see you.
Good to see you, my brother. Ajale Koko, DOG, Pansat. Tony, who else is on? But I hail everybody. My condolences to all my fellow Nigerian brothers. My condolences to the Yoruba nation. One man, this has gone on for far too long. You know, on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which highlights things that are most important to survival, self-preservation is one of the most important pieces there. The ability of one to preserve life and property. The state, who has the monopoly of violence, is meant to provide that security to its citizens. It has failed. A couple of years ago, I don't know if it's a year ago or so, the leader of Afenifere's daughter was murdered, traveling. Igongon happened, and I'm going to start with the Southwest. Igongon happened. Sonigbo stood up and said enough. And he took it upon himself to defend his people. And he got ostracized. Ostracized, he ran for his life. They murdered people in his home. He ran to Benin Republic. And now this in Ondo State. You have to ask yourself, one man. And the Yoruba people have to ask themselves, and the Nigerian people, because this is not exclusive to just Southwest. At what point will you hold the people in charge of those states accountable so that way they stop interacting with the federal government until emergency measures are taken so they can defend themselves? Emergency measures need to be taken tomorrow so they can defend themselves. These people, whomever they are, I'm going to stay away from the labeling of Fulani or whatever. We don't know who did this. So I'm just going to do that little piece and stay away from that. I'm just going to say these people, these murderers, right, would not do this thing.
Please, the people there at the scene of incident said they are Fulanis. So all this
Ajane Koko, I have no problem calling it what they are, right?
Yeah,
look, Ajane Koko, when my people were struggling because our lands were poisoned and were fighting, what did they call them? They called them Ijaw militants.
Yes.
Right? Yes. And I myself did not take offense to that because they were Ijaw militants. I know some of them personally. Okay. I didn't take offense to it because and to be honest with you, I supported their struggle because I knew what they were fighting for. That's before the struggle got corrupted. Okay. Yeah. In this case here, I'm speaking from the information I have. So my apologies if there's information that has come out and has labeled them as Fulani that I don't know about. But I didn't want to say that because I don't have that information.
Okay, right? I have the information about the people that were there, the eyewitness that described it, that told the world group of people that came and the extraction they came from. You know, we just have to call our habit of trying to pander criminals. I think we have to stop it. We just have to call it what it is. Yes.
Yes, sir. I have no problem labeling them as that if I have the information.
Okay.
So I'm speaking from the information I have at the moment.
Okay, cool.
So that's why I'm saying I don't want to say, you know, whether they're Fulani. If they are Fulani and information has come out, then okay. I do know that the people that killed Afenifere's daughter, they said they were Fulani headsmen. The Gongon situation, Igbo said who they were Fulani herdsmen. Those ones, they were labeled very clearly. The fact of the matter is, right now, people in the Southwest, or a lot of places in Nigeria, cannot defend themselves. They are vulnerable. They are open to attack. There can be an attack tomorrow anywhere. And they can kill another 100, 200, 300 people, and the people who cry and say, oh, sorry, but I'm sorry. Sorry is not good enough. Akeredolu should not attend any more APC meetings, should not see anyone until his people can defend themselves. Same thing, Sheyi Makinde should not see anyone else. They should totally boycott anything Nigerian until their people can defend themselves and be protected. Drastic measures have to be taken. The federal government should look at this and say, we have to take emergency measures so people can protect themselves at the very local level. Let me give you some statistics, because when this happened, I spent some time just reading some stuff. In Benue State, the IDP camps in Daudu and Upiam on the outskirts of Makurdi hold at least 20,000 people each. Most of them are Tiv. Tiv are the majority in Benue and the minority in Nasarawa. They have been displaced. Over 50,000 Tiv people have been displaced. Okay, according to the UN Refugee Agency, in the Northeast, there are over 2.1 million Nigerians, our fellow brothers and sisters, displaced from their homes by armed people. Okay, in Abuja, in our nation's capital, there are 4 IDP camps: Lugbe, Area 1, Nukuchingoro, and Kuje. IDP camps, internally displaced people. Nothing has happened. Like you said earlier, Otom has cried. He has gone to Buhari. He has complained. He still has 50,000 of his fellow native people, Tiv people, displaced in their own land. Tomorrow, people will tell you, oh, there's no problem. This thing has now happened. The writing has been on the wall. You know what they say? If it happens to someone else, don't ignore it, because tomorrow it may be you. This thing happened in Benue. Remember what happened in Plateau? And another one happened in Plateau recently. They attacked people, murdered them, massacred them, women, children. What did people say? This thing happened again in Kaduna, happened in Sokoto, in Borno. It's been happening. This is the 3rd major incident I've highlighted right now in the Southwest. At what point will they continue to murder your kinsmen and you will sit there and watch and continue to play politics? Like one man said, tomorrow the news headlines will be talking about who the APC candidate is. That's what they will be talking about. It is enough. It is enough. And we as Nigerians, it doesn't matter what part of the country it happens to, we have to look at this and say, we cannot continue to participate in anything, because we can't continue to be murdered. And to be honest with you, I'm not a fan of criminality in any way. But listen, at some point, if someone is coming to your house and killing your children, and the law of the land is saying you shouldn't own weapons, at some point you have to ignore that law of the land. And you have to do what's necessary for your survival. That's what's going on. And that is what I feel is staring at us in the face. This is not a time for, oh, you know, they can do whatever. They can write letters to Buhari. We know he will ignore it. They can beg him. He's not going to do anything. This is the time for all this sort of actions to happen. And it's very, very sad and unfortunate. I refuse to watch the video. I could not watch it.
Don't watch it, because I watched it to my regret.
God, I cannot watch that. I can't watch that. I cannot watch it. But one man, the thing is this: across the country, case after case after case after case. At this point, we've lost track of how many times this has happened, and yet the federal government has not come up with one emergency measure to say, okay, the security group in the Southwest, we're going to give you a special provision so you can be armed with automatic weapons and you can defend your lands. That hasn't happened. Why hasn't it happened? It hasn't happened in the Southeast. Why has it not happened? It hasn't happened in Benue. Like, you have to ask yourself these questions, and you have to wonder, if it was a different ethnicity in office, would they have taken action? Is Buhari, I don't know the answer to that question. Is Buhari protecting these people because they're his kinsmen? Is he wearing soft gloves to handle them? But then again, we know that they are being bombed, or so they claim, that they are being bombed in the forest in Kaduna. We don't even know if that's accurate. But this is my perspective on this. And the thing is this: on the political side, we have someone trying to vie for office that was bragging the other day that it was because of him Buhari came into office. I don't think that's something he should be saying publicly, given that his kinsmen have been victims of the ethnicity that the president comes from, and nothing has happened. And the president hasn't seen fit to try to do anything drastic about it. Tinubu should not say that again. That's not something he should ever be proud of. That, as a matter of fact, that's something he should be ashamed of. And that this is my stance on it.
Haizon, let me give you a headline to wrap around your narrative. So this is something that's just coming through. I think this was actually sent in by Charlie Boy. So he sent the link to me via. Let me actually, I'll give it the headline. Then I'll post my Twitter in the comment section, because that way people can get information to me to add on to the conversations, to the sessions. So this is the headline. It says, how hoodlums attacked Hausa community in Ondo after attackers struck church, killed worshippers. So the backlash already is on.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, because if that's a Hausa community,
yeah, that would just be innocentes, another round of innocent people. Yes,
exactly. People that had nothing to do with it, they are probably victims as well. And one man. That's why
can you really differentiate between them, Hausa and Fulani? Is it not Hausa Fulani they call them?
No. Ajaneko, Hausa and Fulani are not the same.
No. What I'm saying that how can you really differentiate between Fulani and Hausa? You cannot really know. I think
it's like what Ajaneko is like saying, if someone doesn't know South and Southeast, they will say, how can you differentiate between an Edo man and a Ijaw man? You really can't, right?
No,
but
that one case is different. Hausa and Fulani, basically they speak Hausa language now.
Yes.
Yeah, but Fulani,
you as an Ijaw man, you don't speak Igbo now, and you don't understand.
I don't speak Igbo. No, I understand a little, but I don't speak Igbo. But the thing is, Hausa is the common language across the north, but Fulani, their language is exclusively Fulfude. Right?
No, but Aizon, my brother, hello, good evening,
Good evening,
Do. So, you know that for the what Ajani Koko says that it's like an Ijaw man and a Do man, because they are the same people, for example. So you cannot differentiate them. So, but the same thing we see with Hausa, their dressing pattern, and then their behavior, they are the same people. They are either the wife is Hausa and Fulani, but they are the same. They've already integrated together. You cannot differentiate them at all.
Yeah, but Tony, here's the problem. Even if there were Fulanis living in Ondo State, right?
Yes.
And Nigerian Fulanis, it's not right to attack them because of what these criminals did.
No.
Right. So we have to be.
I get you.
Yeah.
But forget about that. That is, don't differentiate between Hausa and Fulani. It's very wrong. Okay.
No. I you know why I differentiate? Because I know some Hausa people in the north. Yes. So, and I know that they are not Fulani.
But they control the cows.
If you really get to know them, here's the thing: if you really get to know them, they'll tell you, no, we're not Fulani. They'll even tell you clear.
They are deceiving you. They are deceiving us.
No, my brother. Look, let me tell you something. You remember Namandi Sambo from Goodluck's former VP.
Yes,
he was Hausa.
Yes,
he was not Fulani. Yes. Most of the state governors like Nasir Rufai, Tambowal, all these guys, a lot of them are Fulani. So what has happened in a lot of some of these states is the political space has been taken over by.
It don't do. You know our language that you don't do. So because just go straight to your points. Don't discuss that tonight, because the Northerners are the same. Okay, we can manage the TV and the Doma a little bit away. Please don't Nupe Hausa Fulani. They are they are mixed up.
No. They're not the same. My brother, trust me on this.
Okay, we get a long way to go. We get a long way to go.
No. Make I tell you something. Nupe no be Hausa. If you, as a matter of fact, if you meet Nupe person in Niger State and you call him Hausa, I ain't go vex for you. Nupe is not Hausa, and Hausa is not, and Hausa is not Fulani. Trust me, the common language is Hausa. So most of these people you will meet, they speak Hausa, but they are as an ethnicity in themselves. They will tell you, Oha. we're not Fulani. So this thing here, when they say it's a Fulani bandit, sometimes you have to look at it and say, okay, did you hear them speaking Fulfulde? You know, but the bottom line is this, Tony. Let's put ethnicity on one side. The bottom line is this: it is a criminality problem. I'll give you an example. Baba Akure can attest to this. I live in Toronto, right? You know how people talk about radical Muslims and all this stuff. In Canada, we have a ton of Muslims, but guess what? You don't see any kind of radicalization acts in Canada. Why? Because they have law and order and law enforcement. If they try it, they will round them up in under 24 hours.
Yes, I know.
Yes,
I know.
but
That
so the
has been
problem,
happening. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
my brother, the problem is a security issue. Look, we're in West Africa. Mali people are allowed to come to Nigeria because of ECOWAS protocol. Niger people can come to Nigeria. It's fine if they come to Nigeria, but they can't come to Nigeria and violate our laws. The reason why they're doing this is because we don't have law enforcement. It doesn't matter how many Fulanis come into Nigeria. They can come.
But my brother, my brother, before I let you go, you know, people from Uganda, people from Kenya, they are more compatible to us in the southern Nigeria than the northerners in Nigeria. Okay, so that's all. So you can add on. People from
Tony, this is a criminality issue.
Yes, I know.
You understand? It's a criminality issue. It is people that feel it is okay to go into a church and do what they did. So my thing is this: if in Owo they had solid security, if Buhari had done what he needed
they already killed their king. You know, now they don't kill one of our king there for I think you know, not quite long ago. They killed our king.
But there's no security, Tony. That is the point I am making, my brother. If in
who
the
are in charge of the security? Who are in charge of the security? You know, there are people. That's what. So
no. But that's what I'm saying. That there needs to be a protest at the executive level of each state across the board to say enough. So we need to be able to protect ourselves,
but
whether it's in the southeast or in the southwest or anywhere. We need to have localized security that can protect our people, because without that, this will continue and it will not stop. It doesn't matter whether, listen, anybody from West Africa can come to Nigeria. It's fine, let them come. But the problem is we have to make sure that if they come, they cannot commit crimes in our communities. That's all it is. It's not a function of, Fulanis are trying to take over. Fulani should not be able to try and do that in Nigeria. Wherever they come from, they can come from Central African Republic, Mali, Niger, wherever, Senegal, it doesn't matter. Come from anywhere. If we had law and order and law enforcement, we will round them up the second they try it and deal with them. But we can't do that right now because our law enforcement has gone to the dogs and they don't see the sense of urgency to say, okay, we are very vulnerable as a country. We need to fix law and order at the very local government level. That is the problem. So when we start focusing on, the Fulanis are trying to do this, okay, at the end of the day, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do? They're walking around with AKs on our street, right next to their cows. Okay, what are we going to do about it? This is the question. It's not you can make noise all you want. If you notice, these people, they don't make any noise. If they want to take action, they just walk into anywhere and shoot people. But at the end of the day, what kind of recourse do we have? And I'll make one more point. If the Igbos, and again, I'm not attacking Igbos, so no one should come at me. But if the Igbos in the north, for instance, and I'm just trying to give an analogy here, were to say they were going to go somewhere in Kano into a mosque and kill a bunch of Muslims on Friday, how quickly do you think they'll round Igbos up in Kano? What do you think will happen? Right? I just want you guys to think about that.
Yes.
They
will go on rampage. Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, one man.
No. Thank you for that. So this is why people delight. We're all enraptured, of course. Always word perfect. Izon. So that's Izon, the man with the isms. He's able to, because of his skills in language and speech, he's able to condense it in a way that coheres. So coherent. Izon wraps it up. So, gentlemen, we seek to start to round off here. So, closing remarks, of course. I'll bring Ejiro on and Vin on. They've been waiting, but I wanted to round it off. So, I'll be taking closing remarks just within like no more than a 3-minute window just to finalize your thoughts. I'll start off with DOG to land, of course, on Ajanle Koko. But just to see if DOG is still with us. DOG, are you still there? No, I didn't think it was. So thank you for your
Can I come in?
Oh yeah, yes, come in then.
Let me just make my last comment. I want to go.
All right.
Anyway, today is a very sad day for Nigeria as a whole, and I think right now there shouldn't be any issue of going to a political convention tomorrow, and it won't be surprised that we will see some people from from the same Owo that will go to Abuja tomorrow and go and support the APC and also collect the little money they can give them and forget about what is happening, what happened yesterday. It is very sad, and we hope that we in the southern part of Nigeria, we can gather ourselves together, be united once and for all, and deal with this menace once and for all. Because if we do not careful, this is just a tip of iceberg of what to be expecting. So good night, everybody.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Baba Akure. Thank you for staying the duration. It's not usual for Baba Akure to stay the whole distance, but today I think we're so engaged by the conversation. So have a good rest of the day. So that was Baba Akure, of course. From Baba Akure, we'll go on to Theobala. Theobala, you know the routine. Okay, I didn't think we did have Theobala anymore. So thank you, Theobala, for your company today. So thank you, Theobala. From Theobala, let's go on to let's hear remarks from first Vin, then Ejiro. So you came in laterally, but I couldn't not let you have your say. But just a short little condensed remark, and then as we start to wind down. So first Vin, then Ejiro.
Thank you so much, Woman. And my heart is filled with my eyes is filled with tears. Like I said in the afternoon, I feel for the Owo people in Ondo State. I cannot, as a former military man, I have not witnessed throughout my active service years that a group of people will go into a church and murder senselessly innocent people that were worshiping their own God. It is an indictment on the generality of the old southern Nigeria. I hold no apology to anybody in old southern Nigeria. We have been livered, behaving like cowards for far too long because of what we are going to benefit from the center government. We have refused to speak out. When people among us speak out, we castigate them. Today, the chicken has come home to roast. What do we do from here? I am bittered. Like I told you, the same people came to Ghana in a place they called Nampanduri with their bikes when they were dislodged in Burkina Faso. What did my government did here? When the information came that there are foreign elements that are patrolling the mountains in Nampanduri in northern region, he sent out the soldiers to go there and they were rounded up. They were rounded up. And rounding up, being proactive, made it possible for them not to do what they intended to do in that space. But in the South, what do? We are busy campaigning for one Nigeria, whereas our people are being slaughtered on their ancestral land. The most shameful part of it is that these are foreign elements, as it been, expressed by Akridolu later this evening, yesterday evening, because we are in the morning now in Ghana. He said that they were foreign elements, and eyewitnesses proved that as well. And they came in such a way that there is nothing anybody would do. Even if you are a soldier or a security man there with arms, you could not do anything because it was a kind of wale. It was a kind of ambush. They came there when they least expected it. As we go on behaving in this manner, the worst is yet to come. I urge our people, especially the old southern Nigeria, to
all right.
wake up,
You're fading off
because
somewhat.
what is very, very difficult, and it is very, very, very hard to swallow. Thank you so much. I have a lot to say, but I don't have time. Thank you, and God bless
All right,
everybody on
brilliant.
this platform.
Thank you for turning up, Vin, and for your words. So that's Vin there in Ghana. So from there in Ghana to Ejiro, wherever in the world he is. Ejiro, it's just a short little summary because we really want to huddle through now. So Ejiro, to you.
Yeah, one man, thank you. Here in Dublin. I'm in Dublin, so thank you very much. It's very pathetic, for a nation that practices a democracy. Seeing things like this happening right before in our eyes, it's so saddening. The federal government just felt like nothing is. They don't have any concern, no regard for the people, If you pay attention properly, if anyone pay attention properly, the only thing that is real about one Nigeria is the sheer insecurity, sheer suffering, sheer corruption, sheer backwardness, sheer underdevelopment. So these people are just taking us for granted. And to make matters worse, even the vulnerable people, they will still be the one to go and queue up and vote these bald heads back to power again. So it's time we need to take our country back from them and make the nation working again for the good of everyone. Because if they are taking everyone out like this, one day they will wake up, there will not be no Nigeria. There will not be no country because the killing is becoming too much. And we just fold our hands and look helplessly, I will not say much because the other people are still there. I'll just hit the floor to others. So good night, woman. Thank you very much. Bye.
Brilliant. Good to hear from Ejiro. Always a delight to hear from you. So from Ejiro, we go on to Tony. Tony, we're taking closing remarks.
Thank you very much, sir. One man, God bless you, sir. I hope that our people also, today's program was a very sad day, and I hope that all of you like the button today. Now push the like button so that more people can get to know about what we are doing here. So that we are, this is a responsibility for all of us. So that we have to rescue Southern Nigeria, not the one of one Nigeria. No, but we are brothers. We don't want to fight each other. We want to do it peacefully. We cannot just wait and see people using trailers to bring potential criminals to our communities, and then we are trying to be politically correct by not, by believing one Nigeria or say that we don't have power. No, we have to stop them from bringing in people, or they let us have our vigilante with full firepower. So long they don't let us do that, it's very bad. And then meanwhile, we are all refugees. We are all refugees. Because back in the days, one man went back to the father, the dad, he took him back to Nigeria to go to school. Many, like my uncle also went to England for something. They came back, so they didn't stay put in abroad. So as long as we stay put in abroad, having ID card for the countries wherever we are living. We are all refugees. So we need to work hard so that we can have a country like South Nigeria. I know that you don't want to miss that Nigerianness. That Nigerian name is very sweet. Not South Nigeria, North Nigeria, it's still the same thing. Only that the two people that are different have to separate themselves peacefully and then still be partners in progress. So good night, everybody, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we go on to Pansat. Pansat, your words. Do we still have you, Pansat?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. One man. I was on the other line, but I'm off now. It's why don't we take a minute here and go to the Lord? Yeah, I believe that prayer is one of the things that we can count on today. That's one of the things that's going to save us. I want to ask the Lord to touch the United Nations heart, touch some of these people. Have we trials and temptations? Is there trouble anywhere? We should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Can we find a friend so faithful who will all our sorrows share? Jesus knows our every weakness. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Thank you very much, my fellow countrymen and women. We will overcome again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pansat. Well put. So that was Pansat rounding off in a prayerful tone. So amen to that and all that. So from Pansat to the wordsmith are his own. Final words.
Yeah, one man, thanks for having me on. Again, my condolences to Nigerians and my Yoruba brothers. Again, this is horrendous what happened. These people are monsters. And I'll just say that, these sort of things, as much as we try to, we can't separate them from politics. Elections have consequences, like Barack Obama said at one point, and that's the truth. We, not me, but Nigerians as a whole, voted for General Buhari, and he came in, and we see what has happened. Now we're on the eve of electing another president. These actions will have consequences. Our very lives are at stake. If we choose the wrong person, make no mistake about it, these things will not stop. So we have to be cautious. We have to hold not just ourselves, hold our relatives, our friends, our families, anyone we know, accountable, and remind them that the decisions they make in who they elect, because the Nigerian president has so much power, everything is concentrated at the center, will impact the lives of everyone. I just highlighted some examples of all the IDP camps in that country. And these IDP camps are not being covered by the media. Why don't we see videos of Arise going to the IDP camps in Benue or Borno, interviewing the people that live there, so we can see these images. So these images can be broadcast across Nigeria so people can see what is currently at stake. So we can document what's going on, and we should make those images available to everyone in the country and everyone internationally, so they can see the extent to the security issue we're facing. Why isn't that happening? Why isn't channels broadcasting live from IDP camps on a consistent basis? You don't see it. You have to go out of your way to find this information, that these people are being kept in these places, women, children, families that have been displaced from their ancestral lands. Why? Why are these things not happening? Why don't most people know about them? These things are disturbing, and these are the things that we have to consider. This is an election period. Those issues should be front and center on the table for these candidates to answer the question. Doesn't matter who they are, Peter Obi, anyone, Atiku, they should answer these questions. These IDP camps exist. Look at what has happened now. Because they ignored this situation, it has gotten worse and it has metastasized to this point now. It has expanded. You know, so we have to hello.
We can hear you, although you dipped a bit heavily, but you're still lucid. Carry on.
Okay. So we have to continue, and we have to make sure that these things are done and hold these people accountable. Thank you, one man. Everyone have a good evening.
All right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Aizon. So that was Aizon. So from Aizon, of course, one like no other, Ajale Koko, of course, the mighty one. So Ajale Koko, there were several other topics lined up for discussion for this session, which I did read out, but it just seems just inappropriate to go to any other discussion other than this one. So we submit the session to this narrative, and you have the final word on it. So Ajale Koko, out to you.
Thank you, woman. I think you did good for us not to even go to that topic. This tragedy is so overwhelming, and I don't think anybody will have that heart to talk about other nonsense that we often talk about Nigerian politics. So the politics that we play with the security is what got us to where we are today. The politics where you see some people from one side of the country want people from their own tribe to be in charge of security apparatuses at all levels in the government, in the country. Incompetent people, that is what brought us today to where we are. Imagine the present Inspector General of Police, the president has to sack 10 people above him before he got him to appoint him to be Inspector General of Police. The people far ahead of him, because they are Southerner, and he doesn't trust a competent Southerner to man the position of Inspector General. He wants a tribal man, and he got a tribal man there who is not competent to do the job effectively. So playing politics with security for period of for several years is what got us to where we are. But the incident of today in Owo is a tragedy to every Yoruba people, not only Owo people. And my prayer to the king, the Olowo of Owo, and the entire people of Owo is for God to give them the fortitude to bear the loss, as well as the immediate family to those people that were gruesomely murdered by criminals, Fulanis, terrorists. The young kids, children that were killed, saddened me. I have not watched the video, but from people that watched it, that told me that this is what they saw. I felt so bad about it. So, but I pray that God this will not happen again to any part of our land, in Yoruba land, and in other parts of Nigeria. We wish all this kind of killing should stop. And to stop it, the government of every state have a big responsibility. They have a big role to play, and they cannot further be waiting for federal government, irresponsible federal government, to give them security. They have to provide security on their own in any way they can do it. One man, I think I will rest this here. Tomorrow, another day. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Well put, Ajanle Koko. So well put, Ajanle Koko. So that has been what's happened. This is the situation that we find ourselves in. This is the new Nigeria. So a lot of us look at the Nigerian space with nostalgia, as though Nigeria was as it was when we were young and sprightly and straddled the space. Even Nigeria was not what it was just last year or the year before or the year before. And it is not to say improvements. There are improvements taking place, so we must not say there's no improvements taking place. But there are improvements localized to whoever intends to do good for its own people. But overarchingly, the country is regressing. This is just, I don't think there's any equivocation about that the overarching narrative is a narrative of regression within the Nigerian space. My mother was just telling me how she used to drive from Lagos to Ilorin to go and visit her uncle by herself. She wouldn't drive from Lagos to Ibadan now. We wouldn't allow it. We will not allow it. So is that progress? That it is not. It is not. The girls now, all the girls in Nigeria, they do. You know what they do. It's not from choice. When you see like some 60-year-old, 70-year-old man with some, okay, let's use Regina Daniels and Nedun Oko. That's just a classic example of the Nigerian as Malays that we have. Under what circumstances would a man like that even have the goal to approach a girl like that? In any civilized space where the girl has options. Lack of options is what leads the females to be as they are. Lack of options is what leads the males to be as they are. Voodoo money, Yahoo, this, that, and the other. They want to live a life that is contemporary to the lives that they are seeing. Some of them want to live just to survive. You see men, grown men stealing generators, and then they make them. It's the worst of the worst. It's never been this bad. And it's progressively that case all the way through. When Obasanjo took over, Nigeria was never as bad as it was when they took over. I think we might well have experienced a moment of just plateauing under Obasanjo, but during the Goodluck Jonathan Yar'Adua administration, the country just was surrendered to insurgency. Buhari took over, and then the country now completely captured. Look at what happened in Ondo State. But then leave Ondo State. If you say, okay, that's just Yoruba land, go to the north, go to the core north, and look at what happened in Sokoto the other day. Not to the girl Deborah, but to several other instances, of just people wrapped in white clothing because they had to be buried 24 hours after they've been done away from life. Leave there and go to Kaduna, you know the story there. Go to Plateau, you know the story there. Go to Abia, you know the story there. Go to Umahia, you know the story there. Go to Abakal. Where do you want to go to within Nigerian space that is not this narrative? Nigeria is a vastly wealthy country. Vastly well. Don't forget poverty. The money that is in Nigeria, I'm not sure that there's another country on this planet that have all of the put together that put Nigeria together to be supremely wealthy. They are building pipelines, gas lines from Nigeria all the way through Morocco into Europe. Why is that? Do you know they spend on that? It's because those resources are vested nowhere else but in Nigeria. Do you know how much gold is in Zamfara? Forget Ghana being the Gold Coast. Do you know there's emerald in that northwestern middle belt cusp? Do you know there's gold in Ilesha? What about the buttermint? What about the iron ore? Forget the oil and gas, but the real resources, the human beings, intellect so vast. All of that, but look at what it's brought us. So this is the thing. We have a country that you and I come from, but it's been led by somebody like Buhari. No. Just take a moment. You've heard all the voices here. You've heard from Ajanle Koko, you've heard Aizon, you've heard Charles Anek, you have Baba Kure. So these are global intellects, global worldwide intellects with articulation, a good cranial functioning, and an assertion to assert that this is how it obtains. Because the confidence in that 1 + 1 is 2 in terms of logic and sequencing, they know and have experienced and have the brains. So these sort of people, they come from Nigeria. And who leads that country? Malam Buhari. How is that possible? How is that possible? I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.